Hey, man. It's kind of nutty, but yesterday was successful, and Tuesday was successful. Today's the last day. It's jam-packed. You and I may not get quality time. The meeting with Tim is going to probably be moved till Friday.
I'm Earl
Hey,
Schuler.
nice to meet you, man. How's it going?
We'll have a little fun with this.
I'm looking forward.
We were just told to cut it by 15 minutes because they have to set up lunch in here. So, we're going to talk like New York. Very fast.
I can do it because I'm from Connecticut.
Connect. You guys are a little slower than us, but you're faster than New Jersey.
Remember, half of New York, half of Connecticut is New York.
Yeah.
Cranberry, whatever. But then I'm from the other half, though, the slow half. What's your last name?
Schindler.
Yeah. So I am I'm a Jewish person in Irish-Italian Connecticut, and that was Bridgeport, Derby, and Salem, New Haven, and that was a strange place to be.
I don't believe it. The part of the Bronx I grew up in was we're across the street from the Church of the Sacred Heart, and this is before they decided that Jews maybe didn't do it.
Oh my God!
And so I learned to run very fast. Because they get out of school and they go, it's a Jew, and they chase me.
You really? Well, I didn't have it that bad. Can I tell you one story?
Sure.
I didn't even know I was Jewish until I got to Berkeley, and I had a professor say, "Oh, you can write better than that. You're a good Jewish boy." I had to come to the West Coast, and I confirmed my. Well, you have to hear this. And I called my mom. She says, "Well, it turns out because I'm a Mayflower baby on my mommy's side,
Oh my God!
So I'm 3/4 Jewish actually." One day I was in my early 20s, I was in Old Town in Wrocław, Poland. And the moment I knew I was really Jewish is about 100 yards away, I saw a pod of 4 or 5 skinheads look and do a double take at me.
Yeah.
And they started running at me. So I became you. So I suddenly knew in my bones what was going on.
Yeah.
And I ran too.
They didn't just want to meet you, get your autograph.
No. They were like a wolf seeing a rabbit.
Yeah.
Just they lose control.
Oh, look, it's a Jew.
It was amazing. It was an amazing experience.
And horrifying.
Yeah, it was horrifying.
And this was sometime after the Holocaust, so.
Yeah, it was. But it's getting worse.
Oh,
I do stuff with the UN.
We know it's getting much worse.
Yeah.
And
it's tribal. It really comes down to tribal.
As I said to my brother-in-law the other day, where's the...
I just realized.
Where's the ADL now?
I just realized what it is. What'd you say?
Where's the ADL now? Where's the what was it? There was that defense group, Irv Rubin, back in...
Oh, the Jewish Defense League?
JDL.
But I just realized what humanity is facing. Nationalism versus humanism. And nationalism is a rebranding of fascism.
Yeah.
And that's intentional. I heard this in a hot tub at JCC in San Rafael from a guy whose brother was a driver.
How are you? I'm Nancy.
Hello, Nancy.
So nice to
But I
meet
couldn't read because your tag is turned around.
Oh, yeah. Well, what can I tell you?
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having us.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. Hello, am I on? I've been told that because they have to set up food in here, we have to end at 12:15. So I'm going to talk really, really fast, like a cartoon character, if that's okay, or like one of those guys in the drug commercials, who tell you that the drug that'll save you will also cause you to die. And you can never quite tell what they said. So welcome. The name of the topic, I'm Merrill Schindler, once again. Name of the topic is Behave Yourself Over There. That's not the name of the topic. It has a somewhat ponderous name. On the forefront of medical cannabis innovation, the struggles and triumphs in transforming the wellness industry, which basically boils down to, so CBD, what is it, and is it that good, or is it this year's pet rock? What is it? Maybe it's like oat bran. Anyone here old enough to remember the oat bran? Yeah, we all clogged ourselves up with oat bran. That was pretty terrible. Or indeed, is it the great tulip panic from the Dutch? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. But I'm the host of a radio show called High in the Hog, the podcast, and the show evolved as sort of a goof. It began off as basically two alta cockas driving around in a car, getting stoned like in the old days, and talking smack. And then we began to realize that there was this CBD stuff, and the CBD stuff, people were interested in it. It seemed to heal. It wasn't just getting stoned. It was the not THC part of cannabis. And, you know, for those of us who, you know, getting stoned back in the day meant you smoked a J, you went out, you got some pizza. This was, my knees hurt. I can't sleep. I have anxiety. What the heck am I to do here? So the show evolved into basically a medical cannabis show with a far older demographic of people who have parts that hurt. And I did it thanks to the participation of Joanna Belson, the cannabis connoisseur, and arriving here, the excellent Janice Hardoon of the K-Town Collective, and The Antidote, which is a store on Melrose dedicated to CBD. It's dedicated to healing. And like many of the people on this panel, I would imagine, I'm going to ask you about your experiences and to introduce yourselves, because I'll mispronounce your names. Like many of the people on this panel, many of these people in this room, your experience with CBD began out of necessity. Mine began out of necessity a year ago when I came down with an inexplicable autoimmune disorder called bullous pemphigoid, which sounds a lot like a Turkish chicken dish. And it was no laughing matter. I was covered with basically blisters from head to toe. I was itching all the time. I was basically pulling my skin off. I was a miserable human being. It took me 2 months to even get it diagnosed. I would go to one doctor after another who would go, I don't know what you got. I've never seen this before. I was looking at, could it be syphilis? What was it? Like I said, back in the day. And someone finally who wasn't a dermatologist said, you should get a biopsy. Got a biopsy, and they said, 3 biopsies. They said, congratulations, you have bullous pemphigoid. I said, what? And then it took another month to find the single doctor in Southern California who knows what the stuff is. And aside from some very expensive medications and tons of steroids, what really made me feel better was CBD. CBD cream that would stop the itching, nothing else had. CBD to help me sleep. CBD to bring down the anxiety. It's, knock on wood, gone now. But my experience was one very personal, that CBD, though there has not been nearly enough research, thanks to the attitude of our government that marijuana is as dangerous as heroin, and I believe more dangerous than opioids, if I'm correct. So it's really, everything's anecdotal. And my anecdotal experience is, this stuff's brilliant. This is the best thing since sliced bread, and sliced bread doesn't heal you. So let's go through the panel. See, next to me we have
Dr. Robbie Flannery.
And you came to cannabis through personal experience? You came to it through just fun? You came to it as an investor? How so?
Well, let's just say I've got a specific expertise in cultivating. I have a PhD in plant biology with an emphasis in environmental horticulture and a specific expertise in hydroponic crop optimization for cut flower production and controlled environment agriculture from UC Davis, which I'm very proud to say was just recently voted the #1 plant science school on the planet by U.S. News and World Report.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And you are?
Ms. Kindness Ramirez.
And thank you for pronouncing your first name, which I was sure I was going to butcher.
Just like it's spelled.
It's just Miss Kindness.
Yes, yes.
And Miss Kindness, aside from being a very kind person, how did you come to cannabis?
Well, I came to cannabis through a personal story. So I'm like you. I was injured and then did some research and discovered that cannabis could heal my body. And as a former classroom educator, I decided to take what I had just learned and bring it to the space to help educate others.
Okay. And you are Nancy?
I'm Nancy Deitch, and I started out in this business from a business perspective, and I come from the consumer products good space. And I've been searching for a long time to find the right ingredients that will really make a difference. And my big why is because my brother and sister in their 20s both dropped dead from a heart condition, each of them 10 years apart. And I have always had to really take good care of myself. I have the same genetic heart condition, and so called long QT syndrome. And so no doctor will ever operate on me unless it's an emergency. And so I've always tried to find the right answers for me and for other people who are going through medical dilemmas like I have. And so when I discovered CBD, and I spoke to all the doctors that I consulted with, it was the only thing they allowed me to take that was outside my beta blockers that was really helpful for me. And then adding that ingredient into skincare, adding it into wellness products has really made a difference in my life.
It's interesting you would say that they allowed you to take it, because my experience with most doctors is when you bring it up, they'll go, well, sure, try it.
So let me
they
tell you.
weren't encouraging exactly.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the difference was. It was either, can I get some plastic surgery because I'm older, or do I take the CBD and put it in skincare and do something? So it was either a natural course, and I'm very fortunate that I have good relationships with all my doctors. So for them, it was much better.
Yeah.
I take a more natural approach. And by the way, my doctors, who are much older and much more established, are really not adverse to marijuana or CBD.
They are generally, in my experience, curious but very hesitant about putting their name on the recommendation.
Correct. There would be no prescription, but.
Right.
Now, Janice Hardoon, I work with you every week doing the podcast, High on the Hog, and I know that your experience in cannabis goes back well more than a decade.
Yes, I have, after sitting next to a doctor in kindness in a heart condition, I'd like to be mindful that I've got 12 years in cannabis space. I've owned and operated Koreatown Collective, which is now on Melrose and Martell, and it was a vertically integrated collective that we would take things from clone all the way to flower, take our byproducts, make our own edibles, make our own flowers and concentrates. And now we've had to reinvent ourselves into 2019. I'm a very big advocate, as you know, of skincare, CBD skincare, and all the attributes that you can do that. I think using CBD and topicals is a great introduction for anyone that has any questions about what cannabinoids can do for you and how it can enhance your life. So I'm a very big advocate of that, and I see it going forward.
And you have essentially seen the industry go from stormtroopers breaking your door down to...
Yes, I was a recipient of one of those.
Yes, to medical, where with some difficulty you get a permit, and then you get the permit on your cell phone by just saying,
Well, now I think that people got
to
confused
recreational
with,
now.
Well, I think that the proper word to use is adult use. And I think that you'll find most cannabis users or adult users are using it, maybe they're using it recreational, but they're also covering up some ailment or some story, because everyone does have a story that brings them to cannabis life. But I think that people use it for a reason. I don't know that there's a lot of people that take advantage of cannabis. I mean, you can't overdose on cannabis, so you're gonna wake up. You may eat too much edible and have a bad experience and pray to God. Guess what? You're not going to do it again. You're going to learn to take it in doses. But it's the same thing as going to CVS and getting cough medicine. Are you going to take it the way it's prescribed on the back of the box? Or are you going to drink the whole jar down all in one sitting? So it's an education, and I think that the more we can educate and empower the people about cannabis and marijuana or CBD or how it can help their life, the more you're going to really see the opioid crisis shrink.
Which is what High on the Hog is all about. Mrs. Schubring, how do you come to this room of
Well-
miscreants?
Well, folks, can you hear me okay? I'm trained as a chemical engineer, and I started doing forensic work because there was work in it. And a young gent by the name of John Holowach approached me. Would I like to get in the film business with him? And so what, excellent, I'm getting stage direction back here, just couldn't see it at first. A young gent by the name of John Holowach approached me. He was an aspiring film director, and he had an idea for a documentary called High, The True Tale of American Marijuana. So we shot that. We spent 3 years on the road doing it and then editing it, and it finally came out on Amazon in 2008.
Give us the name again.
High, The True Tale of American Marijuana.
Okay, thank you.
And what struck me during, when you do indie filming, an executive producer doesn't sit in an office. An executive producer is out on the road carrying tripods and cameras and trying to make sure that the store didn't close before the director's done with the interview so that we can get more tape. We used tape back in those days. Can you believe it? Anyhow, the thing that struck me in the process of interviewing all these folks who had not only bad experiences in the cannabis sector, but bad experiences generally with the DEA, was that the DEA didn't really consider any drug legitimate. The only thing they considered useful was get everybody off of everything, and we've done our job. Otherwise, everybody is a druggie and a national security threat, and we got to think about locking them up, which means 99% of the population has to be locked up by 1%, so we have to invent robots to do that. Well,
when you consider
that's an
that
absurd construction. So I ended up following the movement ever since. I subsequently became a chronic pain patient myself, and I co-founded a pain charity based in Toronto with another filmmaker, Tina Petrova, who lives there. And our goal is to try to get patients to speak up for themselves.
And that's give pain a voice.
Yes.
Yes.
Because if patients are not speaking up for themselves, other people are trying to speak for us, and they're getting all their facts wrong because they aren't asking anybody anything.
And Mr. Traub.
So, actually, it's very interesting for me to be sitting here because I've been sitting there for the last 28 years.
Get used to it.
Pretty much every show.
Y'all can duke it out.
Exactly. No, I'm grateful. It was great. I didn't have to write a speech or anything. 3 bullets. 3 bullets. Personal story first. I've been around the business for 35 years. The founder of the Emerald Cup actually helped me put me through grad school with green money. It was cash. A long time ago. And but I had a friend here who was sitting over here yesterday during one of my panels. He was given 15 days to live, sent to hospice, stage 4 pancreatic cancer, stage 4 lymphoma, and he got his doc to inject a certain strain of CBDs into his pancreas. That was 12 years ago. Wow. And he's just raised multiple millions of dollars and is producing his own and nanosizing his own brand right now. He was the first federally registered pot patient. He then saved his daughter-in-law, who had cervical cancer twice, surgically removed, came back again a 3rd time, did it with CBD, and it never came back. My wife gets migraines even when I'm not around, and so it works for her also.
You've seen the movie Weed the People?
I have not.
Okay, the Weed the People is very moving. It's got sort of a silly name, but it's the story of a documentary that follows 4 kids, pediatric cancer patients. And
Stanley
in
brothers.
the end,
Stanley brothers.
3 are go into remission and 1 doesn't. But 3 out of 4, and you're seeing the images of the cancers, and you're seeing them shrink, as they use more and more cannabis, with the help of outside purveyors, of non-traditional purveyors. And it's like you go, this works. This just works. This is not coincidence we're watching here. So what you're describing is it's out there.
Well, it's a singular word that is the word that's at risk in our culture, but it's the word upon which our entire species will thrive if we can recapture it and share its meaning. It's the word trust. And we all trust our own experience. I'll just give you my 2 other bullets.
Good.
My 2 other bullets is I dedicated my life 20 years ago only to social impact across media. I'm a media producer, business, and nonprofits. And I work a lot with the UN. And SDG 3, Good Health and Wellness, fully embraces where all cannabinoids, not just CBD, can go. So I feel very justified to be here. And then finally, entropy. I'm an entrepreneur. I've raised money many, many times. I've helped start almost 50 companies. And I happen to be aggregating board positions, advisories, up until recently. And I suddenly realized that I had an entire ecology of values-aligned associates in leading positions around the world. So I'm building a meta-ecology with a lot of capital, a lot of best-of-breed players, all values-aligned across the entire ecology, from seed all the way through to retail, and with most of the pickaxe and blue jeans components inside, less focused on retail. That's a zoo right now, 1,000 brands.
We will get to that actually if we have time to get to it.
Okay, I'm done.
So yeah, that is it's decidedly an issue. I assume many of the people in this room saw last Sunday's New York Times Magazine. It's a picture of a CBD gummy bear, very handsome, green. The headline is, "Can CBD really do all that?" And then around the gummy bear there are little arrows, and it says, if you'll give me a second here, heals PTSD, heals brain injury, cures cancer, stops epilepsy, speeds recovery from workouts, lowers blood sugar, lessens arthritis pain, prevents anxiety, calms dogs, relieves menstrual cramps, helps you sleep, soothes, rejuvenates skin, fighting graft versus host disease, halts psychosis, slows Alzheimer's dementia, curbs anger, reverses depression, slows Parkinson's, treats Crohn's, and promotes recovery from opioid addiction. About all it's missing is that it will heal the lame and make the blind see again. And I'm sure there are claims to that effect. In the last few days, there have been stories. One had the headline, "Study finds CBD can help treat opioid addiction." Next one is, study finds, all the same headline, study finds CBD effective in treating heroin addiction. The possibilities here are many, but I'm going to ask the people on the panel, are all these promises obscuring what this can really do? Are people going to the antidote expecting that they'll get a better mark on their SAT and they'll get into Stanford? Is too much being promised? Your thoughts?
It's interesting. I'm a scientist at heart, so I make evidence-based decision making. I want to see the science support these claims. However, there is something said about anecdotal evidence as well. And a lot of the research that is to be done is based off of anecdotal evidence. Why did this happen? Why do I feel better when I use this compound? And you see it time and time again how a lot of those claims, without a doubt, are 100% accurate. I'm the former production director at Spark in San Francisco. At least at the time I was there, it's the largest vertically integrated dispensary in the state of California. And we had one patient, a gentleman would come in, and he every morning would get the same exact product. He would get Canatonic, which is a high CBD cultivar of cannabis. This gentleman has autism, and it manifests in him as the inability to speak. However, he's very high functioning. He does, contract work with NASA Goddard, Google, Apple. And so he would come in, get his eighth of Canatonic, and that spark you can vaporize right there on site. And I go set it up for him, and he would go and vaporize, and about 60 seconds later, 90 seconds later, he just starts talking. No speech impediment, nothing. You would never even know that there was something going on. And that right there, I think, was the moment I truly saw the magic of what CBD can do. But now, having said that, CBD is just one cannabinoid. There are 113 known cannabinoids, with another 21 at the University of British Columbia may have just discovered. We still have to completely identify them, but so there's roughly 134 cannabinoids. CBD is just one. It's a very
There was a time when there was no CBD. All we knew was THC.
Yep.
And we've interviewed people on the show who have spoken about how, well, we just used to throw the CBD away. We didn't know what to do with it. They don't throw it away anymore. No. They don't throw it away anymore.
I'd like to kind of add to that, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I think the problem is that with an article like this, there are so many bad actors out there that are making these claims. And what the studies are showing are high levels of CBD, of cannabinoids, as opposed to hemp seed oil, which is what a lot of people put in their product without real cannabinoids. So I think that a lot of those bad actors will get filtered through the system. And to your point, the retail space, which we are really active in and fortunate enough to participate in, with CBD, but I think that what the real problem is that you've got a lack of education out there, and people think, oh, let me take a gummy, let me have one dropper full of 300 milligram CBD, and hey, I'm going to be cured. And that's just not the way it is. So I think it's incumbent upon the leaders of the industry and the people who are here at the beginning to really educate people out there.
I think that you need to have them understand, especially in the cannabinoid world, it's a lifestyle. It's not, I can do it today.
It's like a diet.
It's a diet. I know that when we created skincare, we were looking for something that we didn't have to teach a new routine to, that we could add the CBD, it would be a natural progression. The skincare itself was bomb, and whether you thought CBD was placebo or not, then when you found out the added benefits of CBD and you actually saw, you were a believer. It did all the talking. It took less pressure off of me to educate and give people the knowledge of what CBD can do with the inflammation in your body and the soreness, the arthritis, getting your fingers to move better. It's trying to get the products in the hands of the public, because once they get them in their hands, they're going to see the benefits for themselves. Whether you start with just like some mobility issues or something like that.
And to really expand on that, succinctly to answer your question, I think it's a good thing that that's on the cover of the New York Times Magazine, because it's sparking a conversation.
That's what we
which
need.
I think is what we want to happen. So, I mean,
There's
I could
no
go into
wrong questions,
I agree.
whatever, and everyone needs to keep getting more answers.
Right, and I could go into cannabinoid science and talk about how, CBD doesn't fit into the CB1 and how it works with THC and why we actually need all the cannabinoids in our system, not just CBD. But just to have that on the cover of the New York Times Magazine makes my phone start ringing, because what we do is we teach new and existing consumers how to incorporate cannabis into their lifestyle, right? What are the applications? How do I microserve? So when women, which is the demo that I primarily work with, see that on the cover of New York Times Magazine, it provokes them to pick up the phone and call, or at least ask Siri and go to the internet. And we want that to happen.
My question, though, was really, with too much promise, does it dilute the promise? Are people expecting truly a miracle that I will start taking CBD and next week I'll climb Mount Everest?
They are expecting that. The number one call that I get
It is the miracle plant.
It is a miracle, yes.
It's the miracle plant.
Yeah, but they are expecting that, and I think that's okay. I mean, we know that consumers are 10% of the population, so that's fine if they think it's going to cure my problems, because then at least it provokes them to try it. And the number one question I get is, I took it one time and it didn't work.
Right, correct.
Then we go into an explanation and the education.
Let me speak to that question in terms of why it didn't work sometimes. Dilution can be a factor. Here's a scary story about dilution from a friend who spoke here last year. a gentleman in, I use the term loosely, in Las Vegas bought a gallon of industrial paint thinner at a hardware store and bought some 1 ounce Chinese-made eyedropper bottles. And so he poured out 128, he put 3 drops of cannabis oil in the gallon of industrial paint thinner and then poured it out into 128 bottles. So you were getting a couple of micrograms of cannabis oil mixed up with industrial paint thinner in a bottle that had a label on it that said tincture of cannabis. So that was an extreme case of dilution. The scary part of the story is the legal side of the story. His defense was that you can't charge me in federal court with violating the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act. FDA can't come after me for doing that because the DEA says cannabis is illegal. Therefore, the consumer is 50% to blame for buying my product.
That's a colorful defense. That's
Yes.
kind of, yes. The person who was murdered is half guilty because it was them who was murdered. Mr. Traub.
Yeah, I'm going to actually take a position that's antithetical to myself, which makes me an inverse schizophrenic. Yesterday, I actually began by talking about the negative side of the FDA, the fact that it's one pill for one ailment for everybody, which is just not how CBD works. It's more aligned with genetics and DNA, et cetera. And so that won't work for the FDA, which they're under a lot of pressure from the pharma to maintain because that's the incubus that they've manifest. I asked the question, what's the other side of the FDA? And I got a call the other day saying, watch what's going to happen now. Watch all the manufacturing and all the extraction plants, a lot of them being shut down because they're not GMP certified. This is about to sweep across the country. And the first thing I thought about was, wow, I wonder who's paying for that. And then I suddenly realized on the other side, well, this is also good. And it's really, there was my graduate school thesis, and one of the reasons why I started speaking at this conference in '91 was on using virtual reality to model family therapy in '89. They thought I was crazy, but the opening quote on my thesis was, technology is neither good nor evil, it's how you use it.
Exactly.
And I really believe that the regulation underneath it all has good intention. And in fact, most of the people on the ground, this was Dr. Sue saying this, they're really trying to protect the consumer. So I think it's really hard to do anything other than focus on integrity, best of breed, biosustainable product that would get 5 stars on a certification if there was one, beyond whatever kind of certification the FDA itself might ultimately.
And this is indeed why I'm very grateful for Janice and her stores, because she carefully curates the products. So I know that when I get something at the Antidote, it will be what it says it is.
And that is to her advantage.
It's not the ice cream place up in the valley that for $2 extra will put CBD oil on your fudge ripple. Right. God knows what they're giving you. It's not the several coffee shops around town that for a couple bucks extra will give you CBD in your coffee. I mean, who knows what they're giving. But we do have, as has been hinted here, a problem with research. I was at a very interesting seminar at UCLA where it was about cannabis and cancer, and they kept saying over and over again, but there is no peer review here. There are no $1 million blind testings. Everything is anecdotal. We can't really say, we don't know. And this brings me to a few years ago, the National Academy of Medicine, that's a pretty big name there, they convened a panel of 16 leading medical experts to analyze the scientific literature on cannabis. The report came out in January of 2017. It was 468 pages long, and what it determined was that they couldn't determine anything. They said it's widely supposed to diminish the nausea associated with chemotherapy, but the panel pointed out there are no good quality randomized trials investigating this option. We have evidence for marijuana as a treatment of pain, but very little is known about the efficacy, dose, routes of administration, or side effects of commonly used and commercially available cannabis products in the United States. It goes on and on and on through epilepsy, through Parkinson's, through Huntington's, through dementia, through glaucoma, through anxiety. Everything says not sufficient evidence. And there isn't sufficient evidence because the government won't let there be sufficient evidence. At UCLA, the scientists said they can't accept funds from cannabis producers because UCLA restricts that. Guys, how do we get around this? We got something here that's miraculous. It sure is miraculous in my life. It's helped me so much. It's helped my daughter and her anxiety so much. How the heck do we get around this? I mean, aside from, electing someone who actually inhaled. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we don't have to just stay in the United States ecosystem. It's banned here. We do. McGill University up in Canada just opened up, a rather large cannabis research
And
institute.
Israel is quite full.
And I was going to say, Israel is eating our lunch right now when it comes to cannabis research.
But it's kosher.
It's kosher, yes. But having said that, this is a medicine that I believe it was 5,200 years ago. The Chinese pharmacopoeia claimed that cannabis is the most important medicine of all the medicines in the pharmacopoeia.
Yeah, that was in 2500 BC.
Yeah, 25. Excuse me. Yeah, mix and it's it's one of those things where we've known a lot about cannabis for a very long time. However, we don't have the studies to support a lot of the claims, and so that's where that issue is. We've known about what cannabis can do for quite some time. Just I need to be able to say with 95% certainty that it's going to make there's going to be, I can reject a null hypothesis if you want to get nerdy about it. But we just don't have that. However, Israel does, and we can. But the difference is it's not cannabis is not one active ingredient. It's not like aspirin. Take 2 pills and call me in the morning type of thing. Once again, 113 known cannabinoids, and not only that, there are over 200 terpenes, and terpenes also have medical benefit. For example, linalool and beta-caryophyllene, which is, linalool is lavender. That's what that lavender smell is. Those are smooth muscle relaxers. So those are the whole sativa versus indica feel that people talk about actually has more to do with the terpenes than they have to do with the cannabinoids. CBN is the only cannabinoid that we know of that's a smooth muscle relaxer. Alpha-pinene and limonene. I kind of guess you probably know what that is. Lemon, citrus, and pine. Those are bronchodilators.
Terpenes, for those who are wondering, are the aromas, they're the smells.
Exactly, and so those have medical benefit too. So it's not just, okay, you know what, well, here's a medicine, and it treats one diagnosis. This is a medicine that has hundreds of active ingredients, and it treats hundreds of different ailments. So it's very difficult to do research on that.
Miss Kindness, what are we to do?
Well, there is no one size fits all, right? That's what we know about cannabis. I think that what's really important for me in my business and practice in reaching this wellness, person, this woman or man who's not currently using cannabis and doesn't understand the applications. We talk about things like terpenes, and we make it very simple. We say, like how lavender relaxes you. We accept that in our society. Even though we don't use lavender as medicine, we accept that the terpenes in lavender, we believe that it relaxes us. So when we make it very relational like that, that's how I talk about cannabis. And so I think that's just the gateway conversation. Right?
I like that. You're setting expectations low but warmly and over-delivering.
Yes.
Or you hope for the best and you expect the worst. As we go through life. Ms. Deutsch.
I just want to say that the one thing we haven't addressed here on the regulatory side is that the FTC is going to come in. The FDA is going to be nothing compared to what the FTC is going to do, because they are a much more aggressive enforcement agency than the FDA is. So whereas the FDA may send letters out, etc., the FTC is going to be looking very carefully at the studies that come out and the claims that go along with those studies. So I just think we just all have to have a word of caution, and everybody has to be really seriously looking at it, because they are going to go after the people that are making cancer claims on just CBD. They are going to go after people with the Parkinson's and the Alzheimer claims, and those are the first ones they do. So if you get a letter from the FTC, be fearful. It's very, very scary what they can do, and they come after you personally too.
Mr. Schubring, you want to get a word in?
Charges.
Correct.
A point relating to what all three of you just said. When we first got into the business of legal cannabis, what a lot of folks don't understand about how FDA, the Federal Food and Drug Act, is structured is this. The Food and Drug Act is structured not to police what doctors can do. Doctors are presumed to know what they're doing. The law is written to police what drug companies can claim about their product. So the one pill fits for one disease paradigm actually arose because a drug company was only allowed to claim what it could actually prove about their drug related to a disease when they marketed it to doctors. Now, if doctors caucused among themselves and figured out, oh, geez, this drug can be used for 35 different diseases, and here's how we use it. Well, doctors are free to make that decision themselves and advise their patients what to take and how to take it and write prescriptions for it. The issue is that drug companies are not allowed to make crazy, spurious claims about what their stuff is able to do, and so it's a matter of trying to weed out the bad actors. The guy who's diluting CBD in a gallon of paint thinner and telling people this is medicine, take it and get sick, and if you get sicker, take more.
Janice, now you're down the trenches with people coming into the store.
Having gone through everything in THC world and the rules and regulations, I feel certain 3 to 5 years from now, CBD will have the same rules and regulations. I know that we act in a very big filtering and protective way because we've always done that and tested our products. So the CBD that we use, we also test when it comes to me as a medical grade isolate or distillate. That's great, I have a piece of paper, but I still send it out for myself. And then every time we add it to batch it to another product, we will test the whole batch, and then we will also pull a sample product when it's finished, so that anything we write on the front of the label, if it's 30 milligrams of CBD, I want 30 milligrams of CBD in that product. I think that there's going to have to be a lot of self-regulating and policing right now. The word trust would be a great word for everyone to try to get back. I know everyone's burnt in today's society with the word trust, but it's kind of being mindful of others and the benefits. And look, the government was so quick for us all to embrace antibiotics, and that's a full spectrum plant we're taking from the rainforest. Why not be where we're proactive in health, and maybe CBD is going to be the good health where it keeps you healthy.
Janice, when someone comes to your store with an ailment, let us say knee pain, how cautious are you in terms of what you recommend, in terms of a certain caveat of this has been shown to help,
we'll
but
go
might
through, we'll
not?
ask them questions of exactly how the knee pain started. I mean, if you tore something or your Achilles ruptured or whatever, I'm going to have a hard time. I can numb a little bit, but I'm not going to heal you, and I can't heal you. I can help you with the pains, depending on how many layers of skin you are trying to penetrate. We'll do that, but using someone, if they have a topical cream, is our easiest entryway into educating them, where they get comfortable with the products. And I can usually get someone who will take a pain relief cream this week. Next week, they'll start with tinctures. And like you were talking about with the terpenes, there's a lot of natural terpenes just in the foods that we eat now. And although you're taking CBD and you don't want any THC, you can always add that and pair it with some mint. And the mint will help your receptors grab hold of the CBD better. I mean, there's a lot of essential oils out there that with the pairing like lavender and things of that sort that companies have done. I mean, if you believe in the Arnicas and you're an Air One shopper or a Whole Food shopper and they have those products in there, well, you'll start to see some of those companies that use high-grade essential oils, and they're going to start to pair it. Because you have to have a license, you have to use everything that's hemp-derived CBD. You can't do anything cannabis-derived CBD.
Since we have to wrap this up, I'm being told, we just have a few minutes left because I have to set up food in here. If we had this panel 10 years from now, would it exist? Would this panel even exist, or is this going to
I think you're going to be
take care
inside
of itself?
CVS in 10 years from now. We'll just be sitting back there for, huh?
Yeah, 5 years. And the audience will change. I think right now we're preaching to the choir. Everyone in here, we can use words like cannabinoid and terpene, and you all don't flinch. But the challenge is reaching the non-consumer and getting them to really understand how
The
to
purpose
begin.
of the high on the hog.
Yes, exactly.
What is
And
THC?
antidote
What is
and club
CBD?
kindness. Yeah.
Mr. Traub?
I actually have an answer for the last round, and I have a response to this one, so I'll just get them out.
The clock is ticking.
I was just using a little time to think. So, anyway, 6 months ago, I had this panel, and there was a startling realization that emerged, and that was the way things are going with the people that control labor, land, water. The marketplace is very quickly going to shift, at least on the cultivation side, from all of the, or many of the rogue farmers that have been doing this with their fingers in the soil, trying to do the very best, to the large farming. And one of the conclusions that came was, it'll be the artisans who survive the corporatocracy on the cultivation side, which segues me to the 3 points I wanted to make on the last question was, my response was one of philosophy, and that is, number one, in sports, if you're swimming, you're not supposed to look at any of the other swimmers. You've got to stay focused on yourself, so that every brain cell you have is dedicated on your own performance. It's essential that everybody in this business focus on doing the best they can and have the highest quality they can, the most biosustainable they can, using data. I think that data was an outcome of all the panels. Number two, people know when you're honest. People know when you're authentic. So it's essential, again, that integrity is at the core of your defining principles and your mission statement and the way you manage your people. And the last point I want to make is, I believe that relationships are always more important than any deal or transaction. And in this case, your relationships are your consumers. And your consumers will include your parents. You have to make sure that you have in mind your own family as your consumer. So that's the way to rise above. Don't be thinking about what other people are doing. Just stay focused on being the best and having the most integrity you can.
You know, you had asked the question, what will this be like in 10 years?
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is I have a pretty huge secondary family, and we were all up in Seattle a couple of years ago for one of my cousins' bar mitzvahs, and only the 20-some-year-old kids were going to the dispensaries. This last year, we went for a wedding for one of my cousins up there. And all the surgeons and the doctors and the private equity guys in my family were like, wait a second, who wants to go to the dispensary? I've never been there before, right? So my husband and I were the grand leaders of the family on this particular trip. But I do think that what is happening now is, I know that a lot of you have been in the business for a really long time, and I've been making marijuana cookies for 37 years. So, but what's different is that we're at the beginning of the critical mass. And I think that that's the biggest thing. It's like now when you have conversations, people say, oh, do you get high? I get high. Like they're not afraid to talk about it. Whereas before it would be like the hidden, shh, don't tell anybody. Am I a Republican or a Democrat? Let's not talk about it, right? Now they're talking about it and they're interested.
And that is well said. I tend to think of it as sushi. Like sushi, it began on the West Coast. And now you could find it in Des Moines. I want to thank David, I want to thank Robert, I want to thank Janice, Nancy, Ms. Kindness, and Dr. Rob for being part of the panel. I was hoping to get, hello? Well, they're making various...
One question.
One question. Since they're chasing us out, perhaps you could ask this on the side afterwards.
I'll help you.
Yeah.
It sounds like this is going to take a while to
watch
answer.
you as well
Popular
about it.
media. That's where the education is going to come from. Every network has 10 shows that they're thinking right now, across reality, feature films, streaming.
Literally
and
went over it.
watch what happens. We'll see. We'll see.
The show is High on the Hog, the podcast. I'm Meryl Schindler. Thank you, David, Robert, Janice, Nancy, Ms. Kindness, and Dr. Rob. As I was saying, once again, they have to come in here and set up lunch, so stick around for lunch. And keep buying your CBD. It works.
I'm from Montgomery, Alabama. But now that they, like, I'm 58.
Can somebody please shut the doors in the back? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. As far as I'm concerned, this panel is the most important panel of the 3-day conference. We have a veterans panel, all individuals who have served and sacrificed for our country. And we believe this is the longest veterans panel that any conference has had, and this was something that was both personal and important to me and the individuals that are sitting at this table. I think it will be compelling, I think it will be interesting, and I think you will be touched. I'd like to introduce each individual personally and have them talk a little bit about themselves. So first, I'd like to introduce Ryan Miller. Ryan Miller is a captain, retired. Thank you for your service, sir.
Appreciate it, Michael. Oh, hello. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming and joining us here for this. There we go. This is gonna be mine for this talk. So again, my name's Ryan Miller. It's a name you're going to hear again and again and again because you'll see in a minute. I'm originally from New York City. I'll tell you, when I went to West Point, and if you had told me I was a West Point cadet, I would be in beautiful LA talking about cannabis. I would have thought you were nuts. This is back in the early 2000s. Graduated West Point, was an infantry officer, deployed to Iraq in 2007, and during the height of the surge, and was on the wrong side of a roadside bomb in October of that year. Was severely wounded, had severe damage to my leg, internal organ damage, and spent the next 3 years on very heavy doses of opiates and Klonopin and other pain and psychotropic medications while I attempted to save my leg. Eventually, I did amputate my leg. Interestingly enough, one of the reasons I wanted to get the amputation was for pain, but I was a very fortunate case in that I had already gotten into grad school, so I had immediate future plans. I had a really strong support group when I was recovering at the best place in the world down in Center for the Intrepid at Fort Sam Houston, Texas. So I'll grab it up. So, fast forward many years later after grad school, I come out to California. I start meeting the veteran community. I start hearing people tell me cannabis saved my life. First time you hear it, you're like, okay. You hear it over and over again. You realize these people there's something behind that. Started using cannabis myself to treat some of the now mental things that, I gotten taking care of the physical ones, started treating the mental things, and got so, close to this plant and its culture that decided to enter the industry. So I entered the industry in 2016.
Thank you. And if you don't mind standing right over here, because I think we all suffer, we all have stress in our life, but I'm doing this simply to make you all understand the degree of suffering and sacrifice. Will you please lift your left pant leg, sir? Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thanks. I guess I'm better at show and tell than brevity.
Okay, we have another Miller. We have Michael Miller, Ryan Miller 1, and now Corporal Ryan Miller number 2. Thank you for your service, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming out today. I am the other Ryan Miller. I was born in San Francisco, not New York. And after high school, I joined the Marine Corps. And I was stationed in Okinawa, Japan. And from there, I deployed to Brunei, Bali, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Hong Kong, Thailand, Australia, and Korea twice. And notice I didn't mention Afghanistan. And notice I didn't mention Iraq. And these are the top 2 places everyone asks me about when I self-identify as a veteran. So for the decade following my honorable discharge, I allowed the lack of combat experience to inform me of an unfulfilled military experience. And that manifested itself in the way of depression eating, comfort napping, alcoholism, excessive pornography use, ripping out my toenails. And over time, I worked my way out of that through a lot of exercise and meditation and plant medicine. And I arrived at a certain level of healing. And I received an opportunity to start leading support groups for military veterans at a cannabis dispensary that I was working at, Harborside Health Center. And that, helping other troops, enabled me to arrive at an even higher level of healing that I thought was possible. And so through Operation EVAC, we host recurring social support groups for veterans at cannabis dispensaries. Our community suffers from 22 suicides every single day. And in the 5 years of this work, we haven't lost a single body to self-harm. Can we clap it up for that one time, please? Thank you. So plant medicine, including cannabis and psychedelics also, I'm just going to mention that, has saved my life. And I'm hoping to share my story to help save some other lives today also. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. Airborne Specialist, Sean Kernan. Thank you for your service, sir.
My background actually was just right down the street. I went to Crespi High School, and then I was 17, failing most of my classes, and said I got to get away from my dad. So I joined right off Victory. I went to the recruiter's office and signed up. So I know thank you service, but a lot of my decision wasn't even about serving. It was about the best opportunity I had to accomplish what I wanted, which is to get away from my family. And that's what we see a lot. Is it's a I call it a socioeconomic draft with our volunteer military. Some people don't like it, but it's really meant to talk about the demographic that we are, and the enlisted veteran community comes from those poor and working class areas, whether they're immigrants or whether they're inner city or whether it's farming communities or just middle class America. And so help run an organization called the Wheat for Warriors Project. I served in Central America, signed up in '89, got out at the end of '93, and then I went on to a career on Wall Street. When I left Wall Street, when I was forced to leave Wall Street in 2009 because of the economy, I never went back and kind of faded into my issues and my stories that I never dealt with. And then ended up working with Sue Sisley a little bit under advocacy at the University of Arizona, and then was asked to join a group called the Wheat for Warriors Project back in 2015. And now I run it with a bunch of great disabled vets. We're all disabled vets, and we have chapters throughout the country, in California from San Diego all the way up north, big in the Oakland area, and basically we meet once a month, and at those meetings these veterans have this safety support network. Their spouses, their family meet other family members so they're not alone, and we give out free cannabis donated by the industry, what used to be the industry, and now it's basically all traditional because we're in the position of what we do is actually illegal, which is giving away free medicine in the state of California, which is horrible. So we're fighting along with some of the panelists like Ryan Miller for SB 34 in Sacramento, which is going to take the tax off so we can hopefully jumpstart the industry's compassion, because we need the industry and we need the patients to come together. It's one of the big areas right now. The industry is trying to serve a group that can't afford its medicine, and so we've got to figure out how to make this work, and that's less regulation, less taxes, and really keeping in mind the altruistic part of what we do.
Thank you so much. Life Griffith, Sergeant First Class. Thank you for your service, Life.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'm really touched right now to see my fellow veterans here, because sometimes we are veterans, we never get the real acceptance like those who came home from Vietnam. So for those in the audience, if you was a veteran or you are a veteran, can you raise your hands just so I can see you if you're a veteran? All right, let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little background about me. Again, my name is Life Darrell Griffith. I'm the Executive Director of Veterans Health Solutions First to Care. It's a nonprofit public benefit corporation teaching minorities and the underserved the importance of hemp as well as cannabis, and also teaching them how to get into the business. I served 19 years as a combat medic, military policeman. I worked in JAG. JAG just means Judge Advocate General. In 2015, I was the head of the minority program here at the VA, helping veterans in those urban communities that sometimes you never see or hear about, teaching them about the benefits. I was forced to retire due to an injury that was sustained in Afghanistan. My legs were shattered in 9 different places, so I have metal on both of my legs. On the same day, my son, when I was forced to retire, was diagnosed with leukemia. So my fight became a bit more personal. Right now, I've done a lot of work in Los Angeles in the urban area. I decided to move to Georgia because I was watching what was going on there. And so now I'm working with some other cannabis groups and veteran groups in Georgia, but I also wanted to come back here to share my story with all of you. So I want to thank you for this time, and I hope that what I have to tell you will resonate and that you will share that with those that are your loved ones that are veterans or military service members. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev. Marine Chief Warrant Officer Joy Craig. Thank you for your service.
I appreciate it. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much. My name is Joy Craig. I retired in 2014 after serving 23 years in the United States Marine Corps. I served 17 of those years enlisted and became an officer towards the end of my career. Excuse me. My personal mission right now is to see cannabis legalized nationally so that veterans in every state are not criminalized for seeking out the medicine that they need. I'm also on a personal rampage to squash out sexual assault in the military. Let's applaud that. Please applaud that. Thank you. It's a tough fight. It's a tough fight. I was personally assaulted, I say at least 2 times in my career, once pretty dramatically when I was a young Marine, once again when I was an old Marine, and a lot of little times in between, because sexual assault isn't just the full-blown monster thing that you think about. It's a lot of little daily things too. And so changing the paradigm in the military so that we can take that on head on is incredibly important, but I found that the thing that helps me get through those tough days when I'm reliving some of those demons is cannabis. After I retired, I had a little fall from grace and it was not pretty, and cannabis is what pulled me up out of it. I am a believer in this medicine. I'm going to fight for this until I see it nationally legalized, and I see that my veteran friends are no longer considered criminals for trying to get this medicine. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Joy. The hemp colonel himself, Todd Scattini. Thank you for your service, Todd.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Todd Scattini. I am probably the newest veteran, I think, on the panel. I retired just 18 months ago after wearing the uniform for 27 years. I was born and raised in California, and I enlisted when I was 19 years old. Once I enlisted, I served for about 2.5 years as an enlisted man, and I was accepted to West Point. And once I graduated from West Point, I became an armor officer, and then a foreign area officer, which is kind of a military diplomat. It's a special type of officer that the Army trains to focus on particular regions of the world. And because I had picked up a few European languages along the way, I was lucky enough to have Europe as the region that I focused on. During that time, I also served in Afghanistan for 6 months. As a special advisor to one of the senior officers, actually the commander of the entire International Security Assistance Forces, who asked me a question. He asked me to figure out a way to create an industry for Afghanistan using the resources that they have. I knew they had 3. They had minerals, the Chinese owned them all. They had opium, which I had very little use for, and they had cannabis. And like I said, I'm from California. I'm also the grandson of a California cotton farmer, so I know a little bit about cannabis and I know a little bit about growing things. And I said, let's change them to a hemp-based industry, right, with 25,000 different uses and 8,000 years of human history. We've nearly evolved with this plant. Why don't we transition them to that? And then the bonus would be you grow hemp around cannabis for high THC, and all of the THC levels would drop in that cannabis, and so it kind of a win-win situation. I thought it was very clever, and they thought I was Cheech and Chong. So it didn't go over very well, but I was simply hooked on the subject. As I began to research cannabis, and I noted the racist roots of our prohibition, as I noted the unequal application of cannabis prohibition laws and what that has done to communities, it didn't seem kind of reflective of the country that I had signed up to defend. And I was so proud of that service. I also recognized that there were economic impacts that were taking place. When we boldly legalized medical cannabis here in 1996, thanks to the courage of gay activists trying to save their own population, we made that change right here. And I was super proud of it. So I saw also that there were agricultural impacts that are going to take place from this plant and from the re-legalization of cannabis with our original crop. I mean, cannabis and hemp flow through our nation. The history of our nation was built on the back of hemp, and it's been re-legalized now. And just wait and watch and see what happens. It's going to be amazing. But I think what's most exciting is that, recognizing that I came out into a population of veterans, people who have served, who are clearly, much like the rest of our nation, in the midst of a massive health crisis, where 22 people who served their nation, who signed up to die on behalf of their nation if necessary, will decide to put a pistol in their mouth today. And that is awful. 10 more will die with a needle in their arm because of an opioid addiction. Many times an opioid addiction that was gained within the military and is then supported later on through our healthcare system. And recognizing the non-toxic nature of cannabis and the massive amounts of anecdotal evidence and increasing scientific evidence that go with this plant, I felt it was my duty to bring light to this and shine a light. So I'm incredibly proud to be on the stage with a bunch of heroes. I am no hero, but I walk among many of them. One that I would like to mention is not on stage with me, nor is she a veteran. But I do want to mention Dr. Sue Sisley over here, who's just kind of hiding in the corner. She's probably one of the biggest heroes in the room. So I just want to recognize her and thank her for her courage and the fight that she put forward so that she could research medical cannabis for veterans. And it took her so long. It took 7 years. Most doctors, I think, would give up. And then when she was given that authorization, the fact that she was fired by her university was something that was shameful. So incredibly indebted.
Cheers. Thank you, Todd. And now, if there was an avenger for a civilian and she was a doctor, she would be the next person that's coming on stage. Sue is an extraordinary person, humanitarian, advocate, friend who never says no to help anybody. And it's an honor for me to share the stage with her today, and of course, Dodger. What a great name for a dog in LA. Come on, buddy. Thank you, Dr. Sue. Can you just talk for about a minute before we sit down? Thank you.
I met many of you guys yesterday at our panel, but I'm so grateful to be on this panel with so many revered veterans. I'm not a veteran, but I've taken care of veterans and their families in my internal medicine practice back in Arizona for almost 20 years now. And I really credit the veterans with teaching me about cannabis as a medicine. That was a completely foreign concept to me, just like most physicians you'll meet. We were never exposed to this during our training. So I really, they helped me initiate my education by bravely disclosing to me about, I think 15 years ago, when really nobody was talking about their use of cannabis. They, boldly disclosed this to me regularly and taught me about this and inspired me to do clinical trials looking at cannabis, trying to put cannabis flower through the entire FDA drug development process. So I'm going to leave it. I want to hear from all these wonderful vets. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Sue, for all you do. Is he going to hang out under the table? Okay, great. Let's get this panel started. Oh, here we go. I have your mic. Thank you. Why don't we start off with existing government policy, U.S. policy, and how that affects the Veterans Administration with respect to taking care of those who have sacrificed for our country. Life, why don't you start that off?
Well, first, as I said, I used to work at the VA from a legal side and also as a minority program coordinator. And basically, as I said, what that meant was that I would go out and teach veterans, the indigenous people, Indians, Asians, blacks, about their benefits, because most veterans are not fully aware of how the VA works. The VA is an old system with an old rule. And certain things, when I started to really research the VA in terms of the internal aspect, there was a puzzling situation. You have two types of veterans. You have the veteran, then you have the minority veteran. And we're treated differently than the veteran concept. And this is another reason why we have to understand the law. So the policy, there's a policy that came out last year in December for medical access to cannabis, Directive 1315, if I remember correctly. And it talks about how the veteran can have access to cannabis, although the doctors cannot prescribe it, although they cannot give it out, they can actually talk about it. But no one told the veteran about this. So when I go out and I talk to the veteran communities where I go, as I tell them that right on the VA website, it tells the veteran that he or she will not lose their benefits if they use cannabis, right? And this big myth about it. And so what I also did, and I would applaud and I would actually instruct, as I normally do, is to learn the law, how to interpret the law. The law is the key to this whole thing. And it's important to understand that the VA is changing, but the system is not changing. Look at how many VA secretaries we've had in the last, say, 5 years, 6 years. They're constantly changing. And every time someone comes in new, it changes again. And another thing that I might add before I pass on to the rest of our distinguished guests here is that each VA system is different. They do it different, even though they have one book they're supposed to follow. So every time you go to a different state, you have to register different, the people are different, the rules are different, and that's very puzzling to our veteran community. Another thing I might add is that we, the veterans, we can no longer rely on government. We have to rely on each other now. And that's why these types of panels are critical to our well-being, because once we take off that uniform, we're really on our own. And that is
You're never going to be on your own.
Yes.
You're never going to be on your own.
Well, you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
And so again, the policies are serious. We have a bunch of laws right now that's currently in the Senate. They're constantly taking them out. They're constantly putting them in. They're constantly taking them out. So that's a very confusing state for our veterans. So it's important that we educate the veteran. And one more thing. Veterans know real people. We can tell if you're on the BS or not. We can actually tell instantly if you're really saying thank you for your service, because that's a social norm, or if you're really thanking us for our service by getting to know us. We're human. We're not robots, as people like to think. And one last thing I might add, PTSD is not a war issue. It's a humane issue. Most of us, or some of us, who come in the military already had PTSD before we walked into the military. And the military adds to it, especially if you went to war, like most of us here. So again, I just want to share that with you, and I don't want to hold too much of time, but those are some of the things I've witnessed, and now I'm just educating everybody as I can, going into the trenches, on the front lines, to ensure that our veterans get taken care of.
Thank you, Life, very much. Joy.
I'm kind of on the fence about the VA. I think they get a lot of bad rap. And some of it is warranted and some of it is not. There are different entities inside the VA. There's the educational part of it, the medical part of it, and they're all kind of acting independently. The medical side of it gets a pretty bad rap, and I know, speaking from the female veteran point of view, a lot of female veterans have no desire to go back to the VA for any kind of medical help whatsoever. The VA motto, if you want to Google something fun, just Google the VA motto, and it tells you why women are so apprehensive to go in there. But they're trying. I will say that the VA is trying to be more inclusive to women. There were some rural hospitals that up until just like last year didn't even have women's bathrooms. So they really don't look at the female, well, they're getting better, but they haven't looked at the female population of veterans as a serious contingent that they need to contend with. So that's changing. But regarding the VA's policy on cannabis, there's some experts here on the panel. They need to become more progressive. They need to get on board. 1 in 5 veterans right now is self-medicating with cannabis, whether they want to accept it or not, and they need to include us.
Thank you. Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, I think it's real simple. I mean, VA policy is federal policy, which is purchased and bought by a bunch of for-profit industries, and we can all name them for the 100th time. And until we as a country start to have a true representative government that accounts for everybody's needs, not just the oligarchy that's controlling everything, and I say this, I've said this for a while, nothing's going to change. And so I think when year after year we hear these agreements that are going to happen that don't happen, I think, when you have the House and the Senate pass multiple years, these VA acts, and they've had different names, that allow doctors to talk, to allow doctors to prescribe, to become more tolerant, and they pass them, and yet they get taken out of reconciliation. That means right before they go to the government, they get yanked out by somebody. Right. They're shaking our hand and glad-handing the veteran issue, but at the end of the day, the only thing our government cares about is what the people who pay them want. And when you look at donations and payments to government officials, there's no industry that comes anywhere close to big pharma. It's like 300 million just directly to our Congress. And I think the NRA was like 10 million. It was that big a wide a gap. And so nothing's going to change because cannabis threatens all of that.
It sure does. Todd, help us out in this direction with respect to the VA federal law and the potential for positive momentum.
Sure. So I'll be a bit more optimistic, and it's probably my fault. But I'm a dreamer. I come from California, right? And so I guess the main thing that it prevents, obviously, is access for veterans. But the thing that it really subdues or prevents almost entirely, and obviously I can't say entirely since I have living proof sitting next to me, but what we've done is suppress the ability to conduct research on medical cannabis. My goal is to get the Department of Defense, specifically through the VA specifically, and as a subnote, I want to say that I am not here to denigrate the DoD or the Veterans Administration in any manner whatsoever. I would never bite the hand that fed me, or the organization that made me what I believe I am today. But I do believe that there needs to be courageous leadership shown in that particular organization. The same courageous leadership that we were asked to show on the battlefield, I would ask of decision makers within the Department of Defense and within government in general. Currently, the VA will kowtow to the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Department of Justice, both of whom profit greatly from the prohibition of cannabis, despite the fact that the Food and Drug Administration, or the Department of Health and Human Services, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, hold patents on cannabinoids for things that can provide neuroprotection, anti-inflammatory properties, antioxidative properties, and none of those have been acted on significantly enough to bring to bear what I believe are not just the military applications to this particular plant, but really to be on the forward edge of a revolution in medical affairs entirely. My goal is to have the DoD's research lens focused on the cannabis plant. If that were to happen, the United States would immediately become the global leader in medical cannabis research in an instant. We currently have, through the Department of Defense and the VA, we have the largest patient population in the country. 9 million veterans rely on the VA for their research, or for their health care. And 85% of those would seek to have access to medical cannabis as an option to treat a number of different ailments that come with service to the nation. If we were to do that, we would have access to that patient population. The Veterans Administration has 152 hospitals across this great country, over 1,000 veterans clinics across this country, and the VA has research relationships with all of the universities across the country. You could ignite that immediately. Additionally, by going with the Department of Defense and the military security cooperation programs that we have around the globe, we could ignite a global network of medical cannabis research for the purpose of addressing things that come through military combat and military service. That includes, the first G7 nation just to our north, our largest and closest NATO ally, Canada. We could be conducting research with them. That includes Israel, for example, who in 1964 was the first, is the home of Dr. Raphael Mechoulam, who in 1964 identified and isolated the tetrahydrocannabinol molecule. And they understand they're being very progressive in their research. We could ignite all of that immediately and truly spawn a revolution in medical affairs and allow great researchers around the globe to really dig into what I believe is a miraculous plant, and to really unpack all of that. It's our responsibility, I think, as human beings, and I think it has an impact across the board on a number of different levels, from social justice impacts, from economic development impacts, agricultural impacts, from growing this plant so efficiently we can translate the way we grow other plants to include our food and potentially change the way we feed our planet and reduce carbon footprints. But I think the most exciting are truly the health and wellness impacts that I believe are encapsulated in this plant, and I think that we should bring that to bear to save our species from ourselves sometimes.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. Dr. Sue. Thank you. Dr. Sue, even though you are technically an outsider because you don't wear a uniform, you are an insider because of your deep work into the space and being involved with so many personal stories. So take us on your journey with respect to government policy and how that affects your work.
Yeah, I wanted to echo what Todd said. I mean, the barriers to researching cannabis as a medicine are insane, and they particularly don't make sense when, my study sponsor, MAPS, many of you know MAPS is a nonprofit that does a lot of the seminal studies on psychedelics, and work on MDMA, LSD, all these much more toxic pharmaceuticals are flying through the FDA drug development process, but cannabis is stymied at every turn, which is symbolized by our struggle. The study that they're referencing earlier, this FDA phase 2 trial looking at veterans with PTSD, very straightforward clinical trial, randomized controlled trial, should have taken a few years, took us 10 years to navigate all the regulatory barriers and finally complete the study this year. So that's just, it's so unfair. And not to mention the fact that we're forced to utilize this very low quality study drug that's not representative of real world cannabis, and it's harming outcomes of these studies. So the vets are in this catch-22 where they're trying to reform public policy, but in order to change policy, you have to have data from randomized controlled trials. But these trials are being sabotaged by this lousy cannabis and by all these layers of government red tape that are causing scientists to walk away from this work because they think it's impossible to do. So I would say one of the things that's been most surprising is doing research like this in Canada, in Israel. I get to work with military veterans there who not only have safe legal access to lab-tested cannabis, but their cost of their cannabis is fully sponsored by their federal government and has been for 10 years now. They've always had their cannabis paid for. So it's really striking that our allies in these other countries have always seen cannabis as a medicine and felt it was beneficial for their vets, and taxpayers want to pay for veterans to have cannabis. But here we can't even get them legal access.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. Ryan Miller.
These are some tough acts to follow, but I'm going to do my best. So I've given away hundreds of pounds of cannabis and concentrates and topicals and tinctures to military veterans for free. There's a lot of people that are going to make a lot of money off cannabis. And I just want to give it away for free. And I do this because the VA can't. I go to mental health at the VA every month. And when we first started my treatment, I told them that I'm not willing to take any pharmaceuticals. And that really narrowed his options for how he could treat me. And cannabis has really filled those gaps. And with the whole generous philanthropic intentions of the cannabis community, we've been able to fill the gaps that the VA can't due to policy. And it's really something we shouldn't have to do. I want to do other things with my life, right? But I can't really do that right now because our troops are suffering. Our troops are desperately seeking options. And really, Prop 64 made cannabis legal and accessible to everybody over 18, or excuse me, 21, if you can afford it. And so, just in closing, opiates are free at the VA, antidepressants are free at the VA, jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge is free. We need free access to cannabis.
Thank you, Ryan, very much.
So, yeah, I'll go ahead. So, we've talked about the VA and what it's doing. And again, there's some good, there's some bad, but there's also, where your location is. So regardless of the new rules, when I moved out to California, and I live in Oakland, probably one of the most cannabis-friendly places on earth. I could be very confident about and share, how I use cannabis with my medical providers all across the VA, and never felt judged, and even had a lot of support from everyone from physical therapists to mental health professionals. Now imagine you're somewhere in, where cannabis is frowned upon, and you have a medical care team that doesn't have this same view and understanding, and it's really, again, about understanding, education, acceptance. And, I know folks in these locations that will, can't tell their provider that they're using cannabis. And if they want to maintain in the VA, a lot of times if they're on other psychotropic medication, they have to get urinalysis. So that limits their ability to replace those with cannabis because they fear, even if they're allowed and it's in the rules, regardless of rules, you can be in a very repressive system that can still, find ways to make you suffer. And that's what's happening. Or folks are, using cannabis, getting kicked out, and then, in a lot of these locations, cannabis is viewed in the same way and as harmful as opiates, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines. And they say, well, hell, I'm just going to use those. And that's why I am 100% convinced, and one of the reasons I got into cannabis is because when I started seeing how access was literally saving lives, and how folks without access, people I recovered with, initially in 2007 in Walter Reed, 2010 down in Fort Sam Houston, who are living in places without access and who are dying, I am convinced that there are a few people I know that would still be friends, brothers and sisters in arms, that would still be alive today had they access to cannabis. So again, getting that access and understanding the education across the country, so your doctor, whether they like it or not, can't say anything, and then again, having it affordability access, so you don't have to choose free opiates and free other psychotropics over your cannabis. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next question, and if we can try to limit the answers to 1 to 2 minutes so we can get through everybody and then have another question. If there was one word that came to mind with respect to the way forward, close your eyes for a minute. What is the word that comes to mind with respect to getting through the multiple complexity of issues and emotions that affect all of you and all of the other veterans? Life, please.
Hemp. Helping educate misinformed people.
I love that. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
And the reason why I say that, and by listening to the other panelists here, working for the VA and working as a soldier, as a medic, we're giving a motto: conserve the fighting strength. That was something that was instilled in us at Fort Sam Houston and wherever we go. As a senior non-commissioned officer, my job was to ensure that I save lives, period. No questions, no emotions, that's the job. And I was awarded a lot of awards for saving lives. But now this is something different now. And so again, hemp, we gotta educate the people on what's really going on. As a VA employee, we're told not to speak on certain things that we find out because of the repercussions that comes with it, the questions that most people don't want to answer. My job now is to give them those answers so that they can make a consolidated decision about their quality of life. We deserve to live. We deserve to have a second chance on life. And if we don't do that, we won't have a life to live. So hemp, helping educate misinformed people.
Thank you very much. Beautifully spoken. Joy.
The word that comes to mind for me is vote. To me, putting pressure on your legislators, local, state level, nationally, asking them, engaging them or their people in what the candidates' stance on legalization is, how they plan to move forward in the cannabis space, and because only a fool politician will deny that it helps anymore. They're foolish to take a negative stance on it. So educating yourself, educating your legislators and the people around you, educating your community, and voting for people who support the same mission that you do.
Thank you very much. Sean, what word comes to your mind?
I'm going to take a little different tone and try not to be so negative this time.
Balance, man.
Inequity, and that's the word that comes to my mind is, and I will say that I think a big part of the issue with the legal market is the inequity of the supply chain, the inequity of the patient, that relationship with that legal supply chain. And unless we fix that, I fear we're going to lose some of the support for this change that we have at our forefront. If we can't solve that issue, we're up in Sacramento a lot, and I can tell you right now, it's looking like an omnibus bill is more likely daily. And so I think we as a legal market in California have to think about this more than just profits and regulation. We've had a lot of input from the people who don't like cannabis and want to regulate the hell out of it. We have a lot of input from the government who loves the tax receipts they're not getting. Well, the reason you're not getting because you basically created a market, as it's been said here and it's been said for a long time, you've created a legal market for the privileged. That's all you've done. And the very rare user who can afford to pay $60+ I mean, an eighth of flour is easily, that's basically what Canada gives to its vets for free. So now just do, whatever an eighth of flour is times 30 days a month, and you get just a starting budget of what it costs to say 100% disabled vet who gets $2,900 and some odd change a month to live on. Half that's going just to Medicaid on cannabis. Now that's not what's going on. They're growing it illegally. They're sourcing it from the black market, and the black market's winning. So if we don't fix this, I think quickly, you're starting to see the pushback on cannabis pretty hard in the press, and I think they're going to use these failures we have against us, and we're going to lose some of the momentum. So I think inequity is someplace that I don't hear a lot at these talks because it's predominantly people in industry, and we can write our own demographic how we want it, but it alludes to something. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Sean. Todd?
I would say leadership. Right? So Ryan and I both attended probably the premier leadership institution on the planet. When we went to West Point, we studied under a banner of duty, honor, and country. And we were to be inspired to a lifetime of service to the nation. We were commissioned to fight and win our nation's wars. And at the root of all of that was to take care of those whom we led. So we've done that, and I think it takes a certain type of bold, courageous leadership to be able to look at others and to apply critical thinking skills to this particular subject and come up with creative solutions to what I believe is an incredibly complex issue. And I believe that is post-traumatic stress and chronic pain and a number of societal issues. But the military is uniquely positioned, I think, to really forward a lot of these advances, and has been responsible for a number of different societal issue changes and been the first mover on this in a number of different instances. And I can cite, interracial ranks, with African Americans serving among the ranks of the military. The Buffalo Soldier, Buffalo Soldier is from the military and started right in Fort Leavenworth, right where I am living today. We've also advanced significantly women in the military, and a number of different societal issues have really spawned from that. So I'm sorry I'm rambling a bit, but I get a bit emotional about it.
As
but
you
truly,
should.
I think leadership is what is currently lacking on this particular subject, and someone to be bold enough to say, wait a minute, guess what? We were lied to for the last 80 some odd years under Prohibition, when we were told all of these negative impacts of this plant that have not come to fruition. The worst thing about cannabis is its prohibition and the effect on the American society, and that effect we then exported it to the rest of the world and convinced them that marijuana was bad as well. So anyway, leadership, final answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Dr. Sue.
Sure, I would say funding, because I think, these randomized controlled trials are so expensive. The veterans study we just finished was $2.3 million, and that's common for controlled trials. If Big Pharma did the same trial, it would have been $5 million. But the bottom line is these veterans have been so generous. They've been functioning as the tip of the spear in this cannabis movement, changing hearts and minds and helping us reform policies and change laws. And we need to back them up with rigorous controlled data published in peer-reviewed medical journals in order to persuade these big federal agencies to change scheduling, things like that. So if we're going to do that, we've got to persuade. There's all these people profiting from cannabis, as Sean mentioned. There's corporate behemoths now that are, bajillion dollars in revenue, just, swimming in money. They could easily be allocating, a few $1 million a year to do clinical trials, working with vets. I have to say, I've done clinical trials most of my life, and veterans have been the best population I've ever worked with. They're so dedicated. There's, when it comes to compliance to a protocol that's, unparalleled, their commitment to to doing the right, working conscientiously on these protocols and following the rules. And so I think that if we can persuade not just these big multi-state operators to begin to donate a significant amount of their revenue to research, but also whenever you're crafting ballot initiatives in these new states, if we can make sure that some of the sales tax revenue goes into clinical trials so that we can persuade more scientists to do this work. We can't rely on our government to fund drug development research on cannabis as a medicine. They're just not going to do it. The 99% of the funding that we have available is still going to safety studies, looking at harmful side effects and addiction potential of cannabis. So we have to create our own funding path.
Thank you, Sue.
May I just,
Ryan.
I'm glad Todd mentioned leadership, because I like this idea of heart-led. And the way that we define that in cannabis is this idea of compassion. Compassion is an idea of transferring cannabis free of charge between folks philanthropically. And it's created in San Francisco in the Castro by Brownie Mary Rathbun and Air Force Vietnam veteran Dennis Perron. And so I think the more that we can, I appreciate everyone sitting here and demonstrating that you give a shit, right? That you care enough about the troops to show up today. So thank you. That's demonstrating compassion. So the more compassion we can demonstrate for the troops, the more we can demonstrate compassion for anti-war activists and indigenous water protectors, right? The less we'll need war, and the less we'll need warriors, especially if we can fix the inequality that Sean was speaking to.
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan.
Related to that, the one word I think is love. And here's why. So from a practical standpoint, what do you need to change things? You need the voting. How do you get that voting? It's through education. Well, in theory, and maybe we haven't done the best job of this in this country, but, how do you, when you're educating folks, what are you doing? You're showing love. Society is showing love to its children by educating them, to take over as the next generation. So information spreads in two ways primarily, and again, it goes back to our animal nature, fear and love. For a very long time, they've been using fear to keep this down, to keep people oppressed, to use this as a mechanism of control. But in the end, we know, and I'm not trying to be cheesy here, we know eventually love wins. So by showing love to this and spreading the word, the veteran community, we're spreading the word to other veterans. And folks like you, who again, we're so honored you're here and listening to us, please go out there, show that love by educating your peers, your friends, elected officials on what this plan is currently doing for veterans and what it can do for society as a whole. And that will, again, that's how we're going to change this, and that's how we're going to win, and we're going to win soon.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left. One final question, and please limit your answer to 30 seconds to a minute. I want you to imagine we're hitting the fast forward button. The genie's out of the bottle. And whether it's executive order by a sitting president or an act of Congress, cannabis is legalized. What are the things we need to do now to prepare for that so there isn't another 5 years of government bureaucracy to get cannabis into the hands of veterans? Thank you.
My 30-second spiel is doing this, forming a cohesive alliance among like-minded individuals who is mission-oriented to ensure that we get the best of the best. Again, you have various forms and various types of cannabis out there, some that's not even cannabis. And yet people are buying stuff online, they don't know what it is, it's not being tested. I mean, it's a lot going on. But if we come as an organized, power to me is organized effort. This is power, right? Different people coming together. And so again, I think the coalition or alliance building amongst those that are out there advocating for this is very critical, and that's what I would say to that.
Thank you, Live. Joy?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. I'm pushing the button and cannabis is legal. What are the steps we need to take immediately now to efficiently effectuate that so we don't have years of bureaucracy once it is legalized?
I think there's power in the spoken word and breaking down the stigma regarding cannabis, the false stigma that's been pervasive in our society at large for decades now has to be brought down, and it comes by people like us, and average everyday Americans, first responders, and luckily the veteran voice does carry some weight to it. More people telling their stories means it lessens the power of that negative, incorrect stigma. We reduce the stigma, there's less bureaucracy we should have to deal with after it's
Thank you so much, Sean.
Yeah, I would just quickly say, I think when I start talking now how we want this legalization to work, because too often in our country, the ear of government tilted towards a select few, and that's the moneyed interest. So for example, with Prop 64 and 215, those are two very different economies, and I'd raise the question, who has benefited? One had a wide community participation. You look at the events, all different races, colors, genders, empowered the small farmer, the small grower, versus 64, which is corporate top down. And I think we have to ask ourselves, is there something endemic to the system we're in place that's analogous to the greater issues here? And so I think we need to start talking about what's important and really need to start bringing the representation to the table so it's not just those select few. For example, in California, patients were not at the table with 64. So like a Bill of Rights is now being discussed to attach to the omnibus bill. And so that's what I would say is we have to start talking about how we accomplish that.
Thank you, Sean. Todd, 1 minute, please.
Okay, so there are a lot of policies that would have to go into place, but I think what we should do is start with the end in mind, right? And we're talking about the development of a cannabis industry, and it will be a global industry. This is the industry our children will inherit. So if we start with that in mind and create the industry, everyone asks me all the time, what do you want what industry you want to follow or mimic? I say none. I want other industries to look at us and say that this is an industry that has developed, that has a thread of kindness, compassion, and generosity with great purpose associated with it, right? And this is an industry that we should place high standards on ourselves to grow this amazing plant very sustainably and efficiently, and translate that into the way we grow our food, and to ensure that the decisions that we make have impact socially, in terms of potentially reversing a number of the ills that were created by the prohibition of marijuana in the first place, and then obviously establishing the framework or the rubric for the research of cannabis. How many times have you all smoked cannabis and said, "Oh my God, that's a miracle. Someone should look into that," right? Let's make that happen, right? And a lot of that has to do with releasing the funding and developing those research relationships.
Thanks, Todd. Sue?
I agree. Ending the DEA monopoly will be the biggest solution for getting scientific freedom when it comes to studying cannabis as a medicine. So we have to pressure the DEA to finally license other growers for research so that we scientists can access real-world cannabis flower. And then finally we'll be able to see a renaissance of cannabis research in this country that really represents what patients are experiencing from day to day.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
So the first thing that we have to do is release all the political prisoners that are currently incarcerated. And let's be real, they're folks that don't look like me, right? And so we also need to reinvest into the communities that have been disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs. And it's my responsibility to mention that, so thank you.
Finally, Ryan Miller.
Thank you. And I'll echo that to a degree. Equity, equity, equity. We have an opportunity in this industry, starting from zero, to create one that maximizes benefits to as many people as possible, that spreads the wealth as much as possible. And right now, we're actually not on that path. And again, it has to do with regulation, some regulatory capture. Like Sean mentioned, 215 spread the wealth, 64 does not. So it's, we're already, I think, past the point of no return with the capital requirements in this state and others. So it really is a responsibility then of those big companies to buck the typical system of maximizing and consolidating their value and going out there and supporting equity programs and creating as much wealth to as many people as possible.
Thank you so much. Panel, it's been extraordinary. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much for your service, your sacrifice for all of us here in this room. And we are there for you to help you in any way. Everybody, please thank our panel. Can we all get a picture under the American flag, please? Scooch in. Squeeze in. Okay. Should I hold him up so he's in the picture? Can I hold him up? Can I lift him? Yeah, go for it. All right. Hold it. Hold it. Okay. 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 Scooch together. Okay.
Get tight. Get tight. Stop. Get tight. My hand okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. 2 minutes before the next time. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Who's going to give us this? Yeah, who's going to give us this? Got me, Lee? Get in there tight, brother. It's all about the puppy. Oh, yeah.
And no one cares about it. There's truth to that.
I know, right?
Let's do this.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. You guys know I said what you know.
This is just, networking.
Oh, yeah.
1 minute warning. 1 minute warning to our next discussion. If everybody could take their seats, please. Veterans, even you, especially Sergeant First Class. Todd, could you take your seat, please? Everybody over here, can we please take our seat, please? Get ready for our next conversation. Thank you.
In California, yes.
What do you say? Okay. Can somebody make an announcement outside? I think a lot of people are waiting outside to come in. Everybody else, please take your seat, please. Thank you so much. One minute. Thank you. Everybody get seated, please. Do you need a glass of water? Can you grab a glass of water? Or someone for Nico. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure now to introduce a different kind of warrior, a warrior who didn't serve with a uniform but served as a mother. Many of you will understand the plight of a parent that will do anything for a suffering child, whether a legislative body deems that action to be legal or illegal. Miko Hester Perez is a true warrior as a parent, as an advocate, and one of the leading individuals in our country pushing the ball forward with respect to children's advocacy as a result of her experience with her poor son. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about the different forms of advocacy that she is involved with, and a new and very troubling issue that has been presented in the last few years, and that is the issue of parental negligence, a whole new area of law that is developing where a parent seeks to give a suffering child medicine, and as a result of a state's illegality, a principal or a nurse or a doctor or a teacher reports that parent, and then that parent is arrested for caring for their child. Miko, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Sure, it's absolutely a pleasure. So let's start with your path. What brought you to the world of cannabis and cannabis advocacy?
So in 2009, my son was given 6 months to live with the association of taking medications to treat his autism symptoms. I remember driving home from a doctor's appointment, and I had a 9-year-old who was 42 pounds, and I could see the bones in his chest. I was a legal researcher, and my son just ended up being my biggest case after locating a journal that was written by Dr. Bernard Rimland, who is the godfather of autism. He created the Autism Society here in America. And so he had written a paper that stated that cannabis was a viable option for children on the spectrum. And I remember preparing the case and for my next doctor's appointment. And as a team, we all decided that Joey was definitely a candidate for cannabis therapies. 3 months later, I went on Good Morning America and went public and told the world that cannabis was a safe and effective treatment option for persons on the spectrum. I remember leaving the set of Good Morning America, and my entire life had changed. I had provided a safe and effective option for parents all across the country. I had no idea the impact that I would have made on that day. Since then, I've been on every major network in several countries, and I continue to fight on behalf of special needs families.
Well, thank you for everything you do there. Thank you. I know this has been a difficult week for you emotionally, and we've talked about that. I'm a dad too. And you touch me in so many ways. Let's talk a little bit about what happens for you in doing good and why that leads to a bad week for you.
My son and I created a window of hope for families all across the country. At the time when he was given 6 months to live, I thought, there's nothing you can throw at me that I can't catch. I'm a special needs mom. So 2011, Joey was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I had no idea with cannabis that I was knocking out two birds with one stone and providing life extension for my son and on a whole new level. And I started out as an autism mom, but ended up speaking on behalf of every single patient in palliative care, end of life care. I had to not reinvent my advocacy, but really do what we did before, and that's opening more doors, working with more healthcare professionals. And last year, Joey passed away. I am and will always be forever grateful for the cannabis community who opened their doors to me. And I will be grateful for being my son's mother. And initially when Michael asked, I said, I've only decided to do one interview this year. And I did it a couple of months ago. And so I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to be here. And as I look around and see so many faces, we all share the same common goal, and that's research, that's life extension, that's doing what's right, paying it forward. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here, and one of the reasons why I will always be an autism mom first.
So the challenge for you emotionally is in your healing and experience with all these other suffering children and parents. I imagine that creates a sense of PTSD for you because you are triggered by their suffering when you should be healing yourself.
Every time a family comes into my office, or every time a patient comes into my office, above each two chairs and a couch, there's a picture of my son. So I never lose sight of the why. And parents, when they come into my office, they have no idea that they're helping me cope. They're helping me heal. We have conversations that typically other families would not even understand. Special needs families, we speak a completely different language. And so when parents come in and they talk about certain things that their children do, I automatically know what they're talking about. And it becomes a comfort conversation for me. And I do let every family that walks into my office know that I'm not here for a product. I'm not here for, I'm here as Joey's mom. I'm here to help you navigate and to get through this successfully.
Thank you. I can't imagine the daily struggles and emotional things that you go through. So simply where I see it as that Joey's life was a gift, as short as it was for all those other families. So thank you for your courage and efforts going forward for all those other families. Let's talk about some legislation that you've been working on that could potentially have an effect for all of those families, not only here in California, but across America.
Yeah. So the last within the last 5, 6, 7 years, I've been working with healthcare professionals, some of the top healthcare hospitals in the country, and what I do is I'm their liaison. And so because I'm helping their patients, or they're sending their patients directly to me, I'm actually providing them with a consult. And because of my son, I include the entire medical team. So sometimes, you know, the patient is either before, after, or during cancer. But the question is why can't cannabis be a part of a regimen inside of a hospital? I have a lot of patients that come to me and say, can I give this to my son in the hospital? Can I give this to my grandmother? Or my grandmother would rather have cannabis than some of the morphine. And so recently there's a law in California, it's called Ryan's Law. And I was able to participate in why I believe in Ryan's Law. And I think everyone in here should read Ryan's Law, because Ryan's Law will open the doors to that healthy conversation with your physicians. It is really important, especially with patients who come into my office, that there is a healthy conversation that is happening. And so I do my best to be that segue, to be that bridge. And Ryan's Law will be one of the first laws to take that step to promote that healthy conversation.
Thank you. So let's now move into the issue of your advocacy for not only the suffering children, but for the parents that are struggling to help those suffering children, but then penalized for helping.
So when we started the Adult Act here in California, I saw something that was missing. And I actually see it across all states in which autism is included on a medical marijuana bill. State laws have not been amended. So every time a child has an allergic reaction or any type of blood test, or any time you walk into a hospital, your physician is obligated to contact Child Protective Services. It has not been amended. Therefore, when you have the cannabis industry that has helped so much to get us here, and I don't think that it's been forgotten, I just don't think that they understand the dynamics in our home. And now with the Adult Use Act, you have parents who walk into dispensaries purchasing for their children without caregivers' licenses. So we're setting families up to fail and to be further harassed by Child Protective Services. And so I believe, one of very few advocates that can actually intervene in Child Protective Service cases all across the country. I sit on the Normal Women's Alliance, which that particular title allows for me to write letters or even appear in court. As a legal secretary, I had to choose between law school and autism. And here I am for the state of California, intervening in CPS cases to vet out families for social workers. We really need to take a really good look at that to support families here in America, or families in which we have states that have autism as a part of their medical bill. Here in California, it's 1 out of 20 children. That's 1 out of 20 homes who are turning to cannabis that we're not supporting. So we definitely need to take a look at investing more into amending the state negligence laws here in California.
And what is the process to do that, Migo? Is that education, which seems to be the buzzword of the day, at the legislative level,
yeah,
meaning educating our legislators who probably also have children,
right,
as to what this process is, or are there other things that I'm not thinking
So
about?
we definitely need to take the legislative route. I mean, we can do this locally and we can take it to the state. But it needs to be addressed.
Thank you. What are the things that we as civilians can do to help this process?
That's a really good question. Contact advocates like myself to create and get the funding that we need to amend the state negligence law in California so we can support families, and we could have more pediatricians and more health professionals stand up on behalf of the children and the cannabis industry. I am only one person, but I believe I have a humongous army behind me that will support. We just need the funding to make this adjustment to support these families. And I think we carry a very large voting bloc here in California.
No question about it. And that voting bloc should incentivize those in office to get those votes, correct?
100% correct.
What do you see going forward? You've been through so many challenges, challenges that there could never have been a script for in your life. Life throws you curveballs. You've been thrown the ultimate curveball in the tragic loss of a child. So much you've accomplished. There's so much more to do. What do you see over the next couple of years prior to eventual federal legalization as more states fall and become legalized?
Well, the first step for me has been, I am now the spokesperson for Tikkun Olam, California.
Congratulations. For all those in the audience, why don't you explain what Tikkun Olam is?
Tikkun Olam is a company in Israel that I believe has the only published medical research in the world. And I walk around with a research Bible as I walk into hospitals, and they ask me who I am, and I say, I'm Miko, I'm the liaison, and by the way, here's the research you've been looking for. I was on Good Morning America, and that was one of my goals. I said, my son and I, we are the research. And here I am 10 years later, holding it in my hand with one of the most respected companies in the world that is making it very possible for me to walk through the halls and to sit down with medical directors. So that's number one. And number two, being able to be able to change the state laws with child negligence, with child protective services, with regards to families who would like to use cannabis as a safe and effective option.
Well, thank you for that, and congratulations on that new credential to add to your already very long CV. In the event there is anybody in the room who isn't Jewish, Tikkun Olam, probably two of the most important words of any language, it's Hebrew, and it means healed the world. And any Jew, as part of their education as being a civilian, a humanitarian on this planet, every Jewish parent from day one teaches those two words. It's part of the Jewish DNA, it's part of other cultures' DNA, but we grow up as Jews with that obligation, paying it forward, Tikkun Olam. That is why this company in Israel chose those words. And in closing today, I just want to thank you for your efforts in healing the world. Thank you for your Tikkun Olam. And I hope all of us help in that march forward for healing our world and saving our planet and our suffering children. Thank you very much, Miko. I really appreciate you coming today. We all do. I know the emotional effort that it took you today to get on the stage, and my heart and my love goes out to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, where's Mike? I saw him just leave. Huh? Should I start? I think I should start. Sure.
Either way, go ahead. Sure, I'll say. You should say it like that. You should. All right. Sure. Push it over.
Good afternoon. I apologize. My voice is pretty much gone. Can you hear me? I'll try to yell. Yeah, she's got it.
It's all the way up.
We may have to have someone else do this. Okay, so thank you for joining us today. We're going to see if this works. I'm going to skip a lot of what I was going to say.
I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think this is going to work.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. Great. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're here. We're very excited to be here.
What'd you say?
I know. It's terrible. So let me quickly frame up the conversation. So we're talking about biomimicry, land races, and how to grow regeneratively indoors to get the best medicine. And so I just want to kind of frame it a little bit. We're talking about a three-legged stool here. First, you have the soil food web and the water that you bring to the table. Very, very important to get healthy plants. And it's really essentially the plant's condominium as well as its food pantry when it's in living soil. Well, that was weird. Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. think it just crashed. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Next, you have sunlight, full electromagnetic sunlight. I'm not talking what we're talking about, full spectrum LEDs, not the same thing. We're talking all the way from UVB all the way out to far infrared. Extremely, extremely important. Finally, you have the genetics, which is very important as well. So we're going to talk about all those things. I'm going to keep my remarks short for obvious reasons. So how we're going to do this is we're going to do a quick intro of each panel member and shoot it off with a question to them. So Brett will be first. He's a visionary. He's award-winning filmmaker and futurist. If you don't know him, he pretty much created the term virtual reality, and through The Lawnmower Man, his award-winning film. He's widely recognized as a thought leader in virtual reality. And we bring him here today to help frame up this question. We heard all kinds of discussion around we need to normalize and get rid of the stigma here. So, Brett.
Hi. So, hello. I don't have laryngitis, unfortunately. So I come at this as a storyteller. I'm on a panel of distinguished scientists and inventors and geneticists and all of that, and really, you know, looking at and listening to a lot of the panels here on cannabis, one of the biggest questions, actually at the luncheon that just happened, the very touching panel during the luncheon with the veterans and all that, it's about education, about reframing the stigma around this 80-year prohibition around this medicine. And there's a big missing blind spot in there, which is story. We have to be able to tell the new story, which is actually a very, very old story of what cannabis is, of what actually will create the best medicine, the best effect in culture, and what cannabis culture is writ large outside of the ghettoization of, you know, stoner comedies and very, very small amounts of real information impacted in a large amount of disinformation that's been going on for decades. And so I come at this as a storyteller saying that the time is to actually put energy, investment, and time as a Hollywood storyteller. I'm very committed to telling the story of cannabis lifestyle, of cannabis history, of what's going on for real in the cannabis world right now in terms of the corporatization, the small farmers, what's happening with them, all of these struggles, all of these stories. The great story that was just told by the mother of the child that had autism. And all of these are great stories for us to tell on a very large scale. There needs to be a Star Wars of cannabis. There needs to be the ability to create the context for this, because all of the struggles of getting out this information and education need to happen in the context of telling a large meta-narrative. And that means many, many stories. I'm involved with a number of companies, Digital Ignition out of New York, who was very involved with some of these technologies in the cannabis and media and electromagnetic spectrum areas. My company, Studio Lightship, with my partner Josh Shore, who were very focused on telling stories that are a hybrid between virtual experience and traditional media. And our company, Sonic Science, which is about utilizing sonic electromagnetic spectrum to help affect cannabis grows and other botanical grows in a very, very scientific process that comes out of resonance science, which is really changing so many things now. And all of these have behind them a tremendous narrative, characters, emotion, and story. And that is what I'm here to hold down, is this idea that it's now time to tell that in a very large way and not ghettoize the overall area of cannabis storytelling and cannabis lifestyle in the way it has been for so many years. And so some of us from the Hollywood environment and this new emerging media environment, like with virtual experience, need to bring these things together in a convergence where we actually get the truth out there in a way that's entertaining and really compelling, not just a number of documentaries, because that's never going to move the needle enough. We have to make it on a much larger scale.
That's right. We're in the midst of a seismic transition. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Brett.
Yeah.
So second on the panel here is Jeff Lowenfels, and Jeff is the longest running gardener organic gardener columnist in America. He has a trilogy of books. If you're interested in them, he has them with him today. Teaming with microbes, teaming with fungus, teaming with bacteria, nutrients, sorry. And he's in the midst of getting his next book out to the public, and it's called DIY Auto Flowering, correct? And so we're very excited to have Jeff here today. If you don't know him, you soon will. And Jeff, we would love for you to speak to the living soil side of the equation, and specifically the importance of living soil in general and for land races.
Okay, so I'm going to go real quick. We mentioned the three-legged stool. I think the most important leg is the soil, based on what happens to the soil with regard to the sun. I don't have all the fancy scientific equipment. Read my book. It's got it all in there. Got to look at this through my weird eyes. Next slide. So this is the soil food web. Bunch of chains. Little guy eats the bigger guy. These chains are in the soil. Some of these guys on the chain look up and they can connect the chains by eating something on a different chain. They all get connected into what's known as the soil food web. What people don't realize is that 50 to 60% of the sun's energy goes into that plant and is used not to produce the cannabis flower or the leaf or the stem. It's producing exudates, sweat, carbons that drip out of the roots into the soil to attract bacteria and fungi that need the carbon that's in these exudates. It's the sunlight that allows the plant to make these things. And once they are in the soil, they attract the bacteria and the fungi, who in turn attract protozoa, paramecium and amoeba, which you studied in high school, and nematodes, which are a true worm. You're coated with them. If you disappeared, your shapes would still be here today because of all these worms that are on your body. They eat the bacteria and fungi, poop out the excess they don't need right there next to the root, and it contains plant-usable nutrients. Let me show you how it works. So here you go. We got a bunch of plants sitting around a pool. One of them says, I want French. One of them says, nah, Mexican. You can read as well as I can. Okay, so the biggest one wins, and what happens? Well, there's different kinds of plants. Sorry, go ahead, another one. What happens, oh, but look at this, even more plants. All plants do the same exact thing. And so what happens is these are the roots. Let's turn them upside down. Okay, so now they're upside down. The plant produces an exudate, puts the exudate out into the soil, and the next thing you know, it attracts bacteria and fungi. Hit it. Simple as that. The bacteria and fungi are attracted to those exudates, and if the plant wanted to have a different kind of exudate, a different kind of food, if it needed something else, it would change the exudate that's made using the sunlight. Next slide. It produces these exudates, and these exudates create vitamins and all sorts of antibiotics and whatnot to keep things in check. So they're very, very important, and they create soil structure as well. All of this starts with the sunlight making these exudates inside the plant. And they have some very special things that they attract in terms of fungi, including the mycorrhizal fungi, which 96% of all plants associate with. You've probably never heard of them, but if you don't have a mycorrhizal associate, then you die. 96% of all plants, cannabis is included. Rhizophagus interacetes is a fungi that the plant must have. And if you don't have these guys in the soil, attracted by the sunlight-made exudates, then you're missing out, if you don't have bacteria and fungi, on the fertilizer, because that's where it comes from. And if you're missing out on the nematodes and the protozoa, you're missing out on the fertilizer spreaders, because those are what recycle and cycle all of the nutrients in the plants. This is how all plants operate. And if you use Miracle-Gro, you kill the bottom of the soil food web, and then you have to take its place. But the key point here is that you must have the best sunlight possible for your plant to operate the most efficiently. If you're using LEDs that don't have a green spectrum, because they don't, then you're not giving the plant all of the tools it needs to operate effectively. So, it's a three-legged stool: genetics, soil, what was the other one?
Sunlight.
Sun may be the most important one because it stimulates the other ones.
And what I love about what Jeff brings to the table is it's not just cannabis, it's food, growing the most healthy plants. Food and cannabis our medicine.
That's right. And when we got away from this stuff, our salad bowl went from good nutrient value before World War II to almost no nutrient value today. That's the sunlight and the inputs in the soil. They're ignoring the soil food web. You, as a cannabis grower, cannot, or you will be taken over by the big bad guys.
Thank you, Jeff. So next, I'm going to introduce Michael Angelotti. And Michael is a geneticist and product development for the Emerald Cup products. And he's been extensively researching and developing award-winning terpene and cannabinoid-specific genetics that specialize in non-solvent extraction concentrates. Michael's managed and facilitated the Emerald Cup contest from 2012 to 2015. For you not familiar with that, that is no small feat. Huge undertaking. Michael has been featured across media channels as an advocate for the preservation and breeding with landrace cannabis genetics from Central and East Asian countries. So Mike, cannabis was put on this earth and evolved to grow outdoors 10,000 years ago. Please give us some of the backstory. Can you speak to the genetics and the differences between the original landrace varietals and the modernized hybridized strains that have come to dominate this market?
Sure. Thank you, Kat. I can explain to that a lot, and there is a huge distinct difference between modern hybridized cannabis now that we see in the original land races that were been growing for these 10,000 years, starting with wild species to what has been what was domesticated into what were land raised trees. So what we see here in the U.S. is that we have product from Mexico, from Thailand, smuggled into the United States beginning in the 1950s and into the 1960s. So from this point on, you have growers, these outlaw growers in Northern California in the mountains growing these seeds. And they weren't having very much good success because of the amount of sunlight, the environment, the growing conditions. They just were not, they just weren't the right conditions. So then you have in the 1980s with seed banks being established in Europe, you have indica varieties now starting to come into the U.S. And this is really where the magic really began to, where the magic happened, because you have breeders out here who are now being able to make these strains which were shorter flowering and were stronger in THC, and were able to conceive and to complete a consistent product that actually had marketability. And this kind of trend has continued the entire time up until here we are right now at this point, is that we are only be breeding for high THC strains which have marketability and just get people stoned, I would say. But I mean, there is a way to go back on these land races, and that's what we are doing, because we haven't really lost the genetics. They're still there. There's still lots of genetic diversity. It's just about making sure that we preserve these seed populations. And there's many organizations that are doing this. There's the ASO, which has about 1,500 different species of sativa seeds. And then we have our own group, the Emerald Cup, which has about 300 different landrace varietals as well. There's groups on Instagram who are traveling and promoting the use of landrace seeds in India and Southeast Asia. They're collecting them, they're sending them to breeders for propagation to make products. And if we just continue to work with these land races, we can really start to hone in on the minor cannabinoids that have been kind of locked out, like CBC, THCV, CBG, and things like that.
Great, thank you. Sundarajan Mutialo is our fourth panelist, and he specialized in advanced materials, plasma physics, materials processing, and surface modification. If you want to talk about things way over most of our heads, have a conversation with him. He is the Chief Technology Officer and co-CEO of Azentiv, and really controls this flagship plasma lighting technology, the Sun on Demand, which produces true sunlight and empowers the cultivation of sun-grown quality organic cannabis in any controlled environment. Sundarajan, I'd like to take us back to that three-legged stool analogy, please. Fast forward to today's marketplace of thousands of hybridized strains, and the vast majority of it is not grown in the sun and the soil, and it's grown indoors and in greenhouses. Can you talk about the biomimicry approach of the Sun on Demand and how it applies to preserving land races and medicine?
Sure, thank you very much. I want to bring a little context before we go to the growth. Been here all week, at least, well, not all week, but listening to these talks. And the veterans' talks was all the very inspiring talks. We tend to put all of our medicine in one block. We talk about CBD as though it doesn't work with THC. We talk about which one you were taking, which one we're not taking. Everybody's endocannabinoid system is different. Some people it affects well and some it doesn't. On top of that, we don't talk about how it's produced, what you're actually putting in your body. And I think bringing context to that is that nature has already engineered all this. This is what the land races are. These have been around and used by people actually in many, many parts of the world for a long time. And when Jeff talks about living soil and we talk about land races, this is the combination you need. You need real sunlight, you need water, you need microbes, and most people, and Jeff does it well in the book with regards to that you have to feed the microbes, not feed the plant. And most people are feeding the plant. So there's systems that are in play that people utilize. They try to get out into the marketplace, but you have to understand that the most important part of this is the plant. It's the plant that does all this. And it's the land races that have come along for many years and developed it. And so what I want to talk about is part of this is the sunlight. So 80% of what's grown out there in general is doing indoors in greenhouses, out of the sun. And you're trying to make medicine, and you don't have sunlight. So most of what you see it shows is trying to figure out ways to mitigate the fact that you're not outdoors in nature. So what our company set out to do, and Kat was put that on, is you have poison cannabis versus real cannabis. And now I'm not saying everybody is doing this, okay? There are amount of growers internally trying to do living soil, but that's really hard to do. So they do other things. They add salts, they add other kinds of chemicals, but that bioaccumulates in your body. Or they do an extraction. And if they do an extraction, what are they using for extracting? What is it that you're now putting in your body? Is it worse for you than the actual medicine you extracted? And how are you a pharmacist? Because now you're going to try to recombine all those into some kind of a product. The plant has already done that. The plant has already done that. And land races, for that reason, are so important. So what we set out to do is to come out with a way to get real sunlight indoors, is to completely emulate the sun. And the way we do that, and that's all the way from UV all the way up to infrared indoors, so that you can grow with living soil indoors. So if you look at this, all the other lighting sources that we typically use are only 23% of the sun. So guess what? You have to make up for the rest of the sun some way. So you do it with chemicals, or you do it with some other way, or you hybridize the plant because you're trying to get fast grow and that, but you forgot the fact that that beautiful plant before already had everything you wanted, and now you're trying to put it back in because you're not outside. So when you look at the full spectrum of the sun, everything from infrared all the way up to UV, UV is extremely important, and the combinations of those particular wavelengths are extremely important in developing that plant from start to finish. And that's where you get the genetic expression, full, and that's where you get the medicine. It starts with the plant, not with us. So that's what you've got to take care of. So with developing that, with Jeff's work that he's done in living soil, we can now combine that with true sunlight and in fact bring a strain from another part of the world by changing that particular spectrum from that and grow something here, because they haven't been able to do that. That's why people gave up on land races. They were stunted, they couldn't get production out of it, they want a 48-day turn, and hopefully Jeff will talk about autoflower in a minute, that even helps us too, and especially the vets and home growers and such. So having living soil, having total sunlight, and having a landrace that's been medicinally used for many years is where the magic happens.
Thank you, Sundarajan. So I want to ask Mike a question. Mike, what are the medicinal implications of the trend towards hybridization and biosynthetics, and why are land races so different?
Well, I guess right now we're kind of really looking at two trends. We have this biosynthetics, which they're being able to make cannabinoids in the lab just using yeast and sugar, okay? And this is, right now we're still maybe about 2 years out from this, from actually happening, but I don't really see biosynthetics ever really being able to replace THC and CBD, because we can make that from the whole plant extract. But what's happening is that they're using this biosynthetic formula to make the minor cannabinoids, the CBCs, the THCVs, and all these minor cannabinoids that you don't find in today's hybridized strains. So you have to look back into these landrace strains in order to find this. Okay, and with being able to grow these inside with these lights and under the right conditions, you can really start to express the true genes and the cannabinoids in these plants. And then there's another trend I'm seeing right now has to do with hemp cultivation on the mass scale for the purposes of CBD extract to make product. And one of the questions we have to ask is, where is this hemp CBD plant coming from? It's been domesticated here in the United States for growth here for no THC and high CBD. But what if we start to look back to the more ancestral hemp varietals from, say, Europe or in East Asia, where you're finding these varieties to have the same amount of, say, CBD, but then they also carry the CBG and CBC. And if we can start to grow these in these conditions, then we can start to have these minor cannabinoids present as well with the CBD in our products.
Great, thank you. Jeff, do you want to chime in on this and maybe talk about how auto-flowering fits in?
Yeah, let me just quickly point out that what we're growing now are plants that were all bred with a Afghan plant. And we did it because of J. Edgar Hoover. We wanted to be able to grow plants clandestinely indoors where nobody knew we were doing it. And as a result, every plant out there today has these genetics, and they're not the genetics we want. Well, now recently, there have been some improvements on something known as autoflower cannabis. Autoflower cannabis is a cross between the big cannabis, either indica or sativa, and rudialis, which is the weedy cannabis that was discovered in 1900 in the Volga area in Russia. These plants are not photoperiod sensitive. In other words, they grow based on genetics, not based upon the amount of darkness. And so they flower very quickly. Well, they tried to develop this and breed these with sativa and indica for years. In the 70s, they were successful, but they weren't very good plants. They weren't very useful. But finally, around 2000 or so, they started to really get good. And around 2010, they started to get spectacular. And now I believe that they are so good in terms of the breeding that these plants are going to replace sativa and indica as a home grower's plant, as well as many commercial growers' plants, because they don't have a photoperiod. They flower from seed to harvest in 7 to 9 weeks, as opposed to 7 to 9 months. 7 to 9 weeks. The seed is put into one pot, 4 to 7 gallons, and never moved, or it can be planted directly in the soil in the ground. In 7 to 8 weeks, you've got a plant that yields heavily, and it yields CBD if you want it, CBD, CBG, THC, whatever you possibly need. And for breeding purposes, because they're 7 to 9 weeks seed to harvest, the phenomenal advances that are being made have bred out powdery mildew and all sorts of things. Auto-flowering cannabis. If you haven't heard of it, you will be. It's the next tomato. Your mothers and fathers and uncles and aunts are going to be growing this plant because it's just like a tomato plant.
Beautiful.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
did you want to comment, Brett?
Well, just the amount of hidden stories inside this whole area we're talking about is just, I've never experienced anything that has so many hidden stories. You just mentioned FDR, and there's a whole movie there, right in that story that he just said in one sentence that no one has ever heard of before. So there's so much. So one of the things we're working on with some of the companies I talked about earlier is this idea of story worlds, of creating a story world with virtual experience and traditional media. There's so many threads of stories in cannabis. We need to create a cannabis story world that can encompass all these things, because a lot of this, sounds like very confusing science for some of us that are lay people, but it's actually really just at the core of it an amazing story of how growers had to operate for many, many years, and then how this disinformation happened. I mean, there's an Lawrence of Arabia of cannabis stories here that I think is something that I'm very committed to telling, because I think it's just a tremendous opportunity as a storyteller, and just being on a panel like this and all the cannabis panels that I do just give me more and more ideas for stories that are real but need to be brought so we can bring this whole area of cannabis culture out of this ghettoization.
And we're not even stoned.
And we're not even stoned. Exactly.
Well,
Not yet. Although most of my movies are better when you're stoned, I will tell you that.
So Brett, to push that a little further, how do we get past the fog of the prohibition mindset and all the chaos of misinformation through the storytelling?
Well, this is I think there needs to be a call to action in the cannabis community, and that we need to put investment and energy and money and all these things into time, because Hollywood, as a culture, is not necessarily going to do that.
Why not?
Well, because that's a big...
But you guys could. You could.
We know how to do it, but we need to get not necessarily the money for it. It's not necessarily going to come from the studios.
But
Not initially.
I don't think it takes any money. We have a holiday in this industry, 420, which we waste by having a party.
That's right.
If we could get Hollywood behind us.
Yeah.
We could convince the people at PBS and CNN and other places to stop using the marijuana word, putting up a statue to Harry Anslinger by doing it every time. You guys can help us do that
I
stuff
agree.
with no money at all, because we have the party already set up and it's held every year at 420.
Producing a big movie takes money, though. I mean, no matter what, the media and producing virtual reality story worlds takes money, and to get it in a place where there can be mass adoption of the story, of the new information that's happening. We think there should be an MTV for cannabis, a channel for cannabis that is about cannabis lifestyle writ large. First of all, the history of it, going back 5,000 years, no one even knows that history. It's a very fringe thing. There's a tremendous amount of information here and rich gold to mine in this area, but we do need to have a focus from this industry itself on creating that content. That's what I'm saying.
That's interesting that you mentioned history. Mike, this is your slide up here that you shared with us. Do you want to just talk a little bit about that and, connect in the history of this plant?
Can you see it? I can't see the slide, but I pretty much know what we're talking about a little bit. So what we have is the evolution of cannabis starting from 10,000 years ago, from where you can find it in northern India or in Mount Taishan in China, where they just had wild species growing all over the place. And then these communities then began to domesticate this and propagate it in order to make medicine, to make fiber, to make homes, to make bricks, to do whatever it is that they want to do with that. And then that's when we start to see the original land-race genetics, is which we are talking about right now. Is with land-race genetics, you had genetics that were bred to serve a specific purpose, to target a certain market, whether it be a product, whether it be for straw, for fiber, for whatever it is. And then you have this kind of domestication that then began to happen here in the United States and in Europe, where it's like, okay, we've taken these new strains from all over the world and we bred them to, yes, just as Jeff was saying, to grow them indoors, to grow them under the trees, to make a profit. Okay, that was the main source of what we were doing here in the States, was getting people high and making a profit and being able to survive. And now this is continuing on, and now we're going to have these breeding companies which are coming onto the market now, which are using DNA sequencing and using marker-assisted breeding and finding these genetic markers in order to make the most powerful and the strongest, best-growing plant. Okay, so we're taking it from this wild factor, as it was like, whoa, look, there's wild cannabis growing all over the place, to now where it's like, okay, it's in a bag and we're smoking it, or it's making medicine for us.
Okay, so thank you, Mike. I'm going to kick it over to Sin a little bit. So, Sin, how could someone create this native microclimate indoors?
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Unfortunately, Kat, actually where you live, in the desert, they're putting in greenhouses. Think about that for a minute. Miles and miles of greenhouses in the desert where they have sun. You're actually creating a petri dish when you do something like that, because you can't get the infrared out. It's this huge wave that's the size of the pyramid. How are you going to get that out of that greenhouse? And everything that's going to grow inside that greenhouse is going to have a significant amount of other things growing there as well, and you got to clean it out. The way we've approached it is, here's a 500 square foot grow, typical grow, and these are using what they call high pressure sodium lights. And half of the energy on this light goes to heat. That's why you see all those air conditioning ducts up on top, and you can actually see another layer there. So if 50% of the light, the power is going to light, then you end up using a lot of air conditioning as well. And so what we did is we created a plasma light, and that's one light of 1,000 watts instead of 24,000 watts to light that room up. And that's full spectrum sunlight. So you actually have sunlight inside. So now you can grow like sunlight. You can grow sun-grown indoors. So you can have the same quality, you can have all the same compounds, you can pull out everything out of that plant, you get expression, you can start it from seed, you don't have to go through all that systematic growth. So that is what allows you, with living soil, to bring true medicine back in a landrace. So that,
I think the people who live in California, I live in Alaska, by the way, you people haven't seen the sunlight in 100 years. We're going to show it to you right now in that little box.
So I just wanted to show that to you of what that sunlight looks like. And really, the bottom line for us isn't to sell sun lights. We're not here selling lights. We're here to try to help the plant and for you to be able to make the best medicine. And the best medicine, we believe, are the land races. The hybridized ones are made for money, not for medicine. And yes, some of these strains can also be for adult use as well as medicine. Isn't that a wonderful thing to do? To be able to do both and not have to choose? So, having that, you get full plant expression, which is what you want. And instead of being your own pharmacist, again, I keep saying that over and over because it scares me to death that people are doing extraction and trying to mix it all together as though they know, when the plant knows. And they've been using those medicines. And just like Mike was saying, some of these land races, which ones do you believe, from a health perspective, grown naturally in sunlight, is doing the most, or has done the most good?
I guess in our research, for what we found when it comes to minor cannabinoids, which are not, when you're not having strains that are so dependent on THC or even on CBD, are going to be the land races from northern India. We're finding that there's extreme high amounts of CBG that are being produced, and it's not actually converting into CBC or THC or CBD. It's just staying as CBG, which has tremendous health benefits. And then we're also finding landrace strains from Uzbekistan, which are really high in CBC and still very low in THC. So you're looking at almost like a 1-to-1 to 0.1 or something like that. Was the last test that we had done was 1 part CBC to 1 part CBD to that 0.1% of THC. And CBC is an incredible cannabinoid when combined with CBD to alleviate Parkinson's disease. You could have CBC which is completely non-psychoactive and is also really great for stopping cancer cells from growing. So if we could really take these strains indoors, and like Jeff was saying, if we could somehow breed them to have a shorter flowering cycle with these minor cannabinoids, it'd be incredible. Because trying to grow an Uzbekistan strain that's 19 weeks, it's just no one's doing it because it's not profitable. It just takes too long. But if we can grow these indoors and shorten these flowering times through this breeding, by finding the proper strains that are going to express their genes, then we can really start to make headway for these minor cannabinoids.
So Jeff, I'm sorry to jump in here, but what do you think with regards to having sunlight and microbes? Could you explain that to the audience?
Well, again, the sunlight creates the exudates, and so if you don't have the proper exudates, and if you don't have an efficient way for the plant to make the exudates, then you're losing there. A lot of these microbes are sensitive to sunlight. Some of these microbes are photosynthetic. The algae, for example, are completely photosynthetic. And a lot of the larger members of the soil food web are sensitive or attracted to light and react as well. And so when you have poor light, you end up with fewer exudates, you end up with an exhausted plant having made those exudates, and you end up with a soil structure, because it's the microbes and the soil food web critters that make the soil structure, that's no good. And so the better light, the better your soil is going to be, because the better your microbial diversity and numbers are going to be.
So great. We have a couple more minutes left. I'd love to open it up to the audience for questions. See if anybody
Look
has
at the
any.
shadows behind you.
Look at the shadow behind you there. All the way across the wall. That's sunlight.
Yeah. Yes, please.
You want to do that, Jeff?
You know, I think it's pretty easy. First of all, you don't have to smoke. You can eat, obviously. And you can vaporize flour in a flour vaporizer, which many people don't understand exists, where you just heat it up. Okay, so you can do that. You know, the problem is that it's the big guys that are going to take this diluted stuff. And when you put that cartridge in your mouth, you don't know about the lead in it. Nonetheless, what's in the material itself? And it's not just the material that's going into your system. Who made this stuff, and how about the employees that are doing that as well? And then let's go all the way back to the grow, which got a powdery mildew, and so they had to spray it with some chemical. Think about the worker. They didn't tell you about it. You don't know it's in your stuff, and boom. So really, we want to make sure that we can preserve and keep growing a craft industry that's organic by nature, because the big guys are not going to be, period.
That's right. As a consumer, please do your research. Know your grower. Please.
Yeah, you need to know your grower. And the other thing is, education is really important. The products that you're getting out, you need to know where it came from, because you are putting literally poison in your body when you buy some of these products, because of just the way that they have to grow it. And there is no writing on, there's no ingredients tags yet. I wish there would be. Because you're talking about children that you're giving this to, or your elderly folks. I gave it to my mother. She just passed away 2 weeks ago. And you have to be really sure about what you're giving them. So you have to pay attention. I'm sorry.
It's hard. It's hard. You have a follow-up? Did someone, let's go here and then,
I mean, basically, you're finding that these minor cannabinoids aren't even, I think I'm addressing your question right, where these minor cannabinoids aren't even found in these strains that we're using, these hybridized strains, which are going into most of the products right now. I mean, the closest you're going to find, I think there's one product that was just tested, Doug's Guerin, which is 6 to 7 parts THC to THCV. And other than that, they're not finding these cannabinoids in these hybridized strains that we're growing now because they've been bred out. Because you were just looking for high THC strains, and now we're only looking towards the hemp varietals that were domesticated here in the U.S. only for CBD. So I guess it's really hard to really study these landraces and to work with these because they are so long, and it takes a lot of research to find these and to do this. So I think that in order to really prevent biosynthetics from taking over in these CBD and these minor cannabinoids, then we really need to start cultivating these hemp varietals that have these chemicals, that have these cannabinoids in them, because we're not going to find them in these THC strains that are used to get you stoned. I think I addressed that right.
One more question, quick.
Doug's Guerin.
Doug's Guerin. So we're almost out of time here, so let's do a quick 30-second wrap up from each one of these guys. How can we continue to get back to the future of this plant and this beautiful medicine?
Yeah, stop using Miracle Grow and general hydroponic fertilizers, and return the soil food web to your soil, so that once you do get great light, it can really do what it needs to do.
And we have to tell the story of that. We have to tell the true story of cannabis and cannabis lifestyle, and the fact that it is a medicine, the fact there's so many things. It's not just about a stoner comedy with one of the Franco brothers. It is something much farther beyond that, and I'm committed to telling those kinds of stories.
I guess I'll do it from the business perspective. You have to differentiate yourself in the marketplace. You cannot continue to be a Me Too product and deliver a Me Too. And you quit just CBD crazes going nuts everywhere. You need some THC with that CBD. It's not going to work. You're just going to buy stuff that's just absolutely wasting your money and not helping out. You got to educate yourself a little bit about this, and then you got to protect your IP. So how do you protect your IP? You've got to figure out ways of getting plants that you grow, that you choose. But when you do this, as Michael was talking about, you're just basically going to lose a lot of the medicinal benefits. Okay, crossing it one time and crossing it back, perfect. Don't go any more than that, because you're going to lose. You're just going to lose, just to trying to get an IP to sell something. And then don't go after the market what everybody else is selling and try to do that. Look what happened in Oregon. Everybody in the market with the same thing. Growers that were using regenerative farming, growers that are growing in sunlight and natural soil are still selling at $2,500 a pound today. Well, everybody else is selling at $500 a pound.
A gram, not a pound.
What's that?
$25 a gram.
I'm sorry.
$2,500 a pound.
Anyway, so the other thing is just educating. Education.
Yeah.
It's very important.
So, Michael.
And I would guess just know your medicine and know the people that are producing it. Know your farmers. There's a great thing they're doing with Flocana, where they're bringing in all these farmers, all these small farmers that are doing regenerative work that are up in the hills of Mendocino and Humboldt County, and they're bringing them under this brand so that they can actually survive. Because up in Mendocino and Northern California, we can't compete with these large, 100-acre farms down in Santa Barbara that they're mass-producing cannabis, okay? It's going to put these other people out of business up north, and it's already doing that right now. So the thing is just to try to support the local growers, find the medicine that best works for you, and also just be patient, because we're going to begin to weed out all these large corporate growers and these stuff where these kind of imposters that are just trying to make a brand, and they have no authenticity. They have no roots, okay? So if you can find these brands that have these roots and really trust in these people, then they're going to make great medicine, and it's going to heal this planet.
One last item. If there are veterans out there, or you know a veteran, please have them contact me. I have cannabis available for them for free through the growers that we work with.
Yeah. So
please.
Sorry, Senator Rajan. If there's one last takeaway from me, Mother Nature is the best engineer on this planet. She put this plant here, and she knows what to do, and this plant knows what to do. So let's stop trying to dial it in and go back to nature.
All right.
Thank you.
Like at that end. I mean, isn't it kind of weird to be like, it's like, what am I, a speaker? It's weird. It doesn't really work.
I'm his niece.
Lenny
Yeah.
Kraft. You see the resemblance? Oh.
Yeah. I'm
Are
his
you
niece.
really? That's cool. Oh, I'm on. We're good. We have a moderator. I'm the moderator. I am the moderator. Hi, everybody. Welcome.
Oh, that's awesome.
My name is John Small. I am the editor-in-chief of Green Entrepreneur and greenentrepreneur.com. We are from the people who brought you Entrepreneur Magazine. We have a special cannabis vertical. That is how much we value and see the importance of cannabis right now in our company. And so we're here to talk about cannabis today in a very interesting way. This panel is called Cannabis Compatibility for the Individual Consumer, Discovering Optimal CBD, THC, and Terpene Ratios and Formulas. I'd love to introduce you to our panel. To my right is Len May, who is the co-founder and CEO of Endocana. All right. Next to him is Anya Kravitz. She is a cannabinoid wellness industry thought leader and the director of growth for Endocana Health. Next to Anya is Cameron Clark, Damian Lewis. Sorry, we thought maybe we'd get away with that. Cameron is the founder and CEO of Sunderstorm. And next to Cameron is Heather Capps, who is a patient and an advocate. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to the panel. Len, I'd love to start with you, since we're going to be talking a lot about your product and your company. Tell us a little bit about what Endocana is and sort of why you started the business.
Yeah, for sure. So before I do that, I just want to say that every single time that I have an opportunity to speak about cannabis, I really don't take this for granted, because I've been in the industry for 25 plus years, and I know many people who went to jail, have records for this amazing therapeutic plant. So first of all, I want to thank everybody here for showing up and listening and learning and sharing about cannabis. So give yourselves a round of applause, please, for making it out on a Thursday afternoon. I think it's great. And to answer your question is, so we're a biotech company, and we believe in making sure that people have the most optimal experience with their cannabis use. We use DNA as a guide to look at potential adverse effects and reactions to help people get the most optimal ratio of cannabinoids and terpenes that align with their genetic expression.
Great. And tell us a little bit about why you started your company.
Well, I mean, the journey is really a personal journey in the beginning. So I'm also a patient. I was diagnosed with ADD when I was a kid and put on all kinds of medication, and discovered cannabis is really the right medicine for me. And throughout most of my life, I was an advocate and president of the Cannabis Action Network. And then at some point, when I was in the dispensary space, I started treating or helping treat a lot of people with different disease states. And one of the things I learned is when we find something that works for somebody, and we send them out and say, okay, you know, maybe it's Blue Dream, that's the right cultivar for you. They take that, and people have a different experience with the same type of cannabis. And I was always curious. I always thought it was the plant genetics. So I got involved in the plant genetics side, doing genetic sequencing on the plants. But then I had an epiphany, a moment where we had a conference of physicians in Harvard Medical School, and they were talking about treating kids using CBD with epilepsy. And they were saying that there was a lot of kids that had really good results, 100 seizures a day down to 0, but there was a group of outliers that their seizures started returning. And when we looked at their genetic profile, we saw that they had markers in common, which are Dravet syndrome markers. So it gave me a thought that, cannabis is a personal experience, and genes really affect the way that you experience cannabis, or may affect that. So we kind of took a year and a half and looked at research and looked at every single genetic marker, every single gene that has a direct or indirect association with your endocannabinoid system. Once we did that, we created a kit. It's very similar to what like 23andMe kind of does, where you swab the inside of your mouth, you send it to our lab, and we'll sequence that, and we'll provide you a report that shows you different symptomatic conditions and what type of cannabinoid profile is best for you. And the main focus of this is so people avoid an adverse reaction. And what I mean by that is, how many people ever had an edible or know somebody that took an edible and maybe had an adverse reaction? Yeah, so, me included. So one of the challenges maybe is, besides your liver converting THC to a different substance, it may have something to do with your genetic expression and your metabolic function. So some people, there's a gene called CYP2C9, not to get too sciencey, but that gene is associated with metabolism of THC. So if you are an ultra slow metabolizer of THC and you consume an edible, guess what? You're in for a very interesting experience. It's a slower onset, it's a longer onset, and it's a much more powerful experience. So if you know this about yourself up front, you may want to consume your ratio through sublingual or a different method of consumption, not an edible. But to complicate that, if you have a gene that's associated with potential psychosis, so not only are you consuming an edible that's making you, super high, but, some people also see visuals and have a psychosis-like effect. If that's the case, there's also a gene that's associated with that. So understanding your own genetic expression and understanding what aligns with you correctly, that's the future of this cannabis therapeutic wellness treatment. That's what we want to do, is create more personalized experiences for people.
By the way, I have all of those genes. So, so tell me, what can you find out through this genetic testing? What are some of the things that you look for? I know anxiety is something that it flags. What are some of the other?
Yeah, so we have to be extremely careful because not to trigger this is not a diagnostic tool as far as the FDA is concerned. So we don't look at disease states. We look at specific symptomatic conditions that are associated possibly with a disease state. So anxiety, depression, metabolic function, cognitive function, sleep, pain, etc. There's about 8 different symptomatic conditions. So what you would get is you would get your report in your own portal that will show you the symptomatic condition, like anxiety. It'll give you your specific genetic profile, which is called your genotype, and it'll make suggestions on the optimal ratio of cannabinoids and terpenes that are right for you, and then align products that are available within your geographic area based on test results that kind of match that specific expression.
Okay. Full disclosure, I have taken the test, and we'll be talking about this in a minute, and so is Heather. But I want to get to Anna. Let's talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the cannabis marketplace now. It's the user of cannabis, especially in the legalized market, is not the typical stoner. There's been a real shift from that. And tell us kind of who the consumer is starting to be now.
So historically, the cannabis consumer has been more recreational, male, and more in the closet user. And now the consumer is more of a wellness consumer. Women and seniors have been consuming cannabis more and more. And actually, top 3 things that really people buy cannabis for and CBD are anxiety, pain, and sleep. So this should also tell you the health state of our nation currently. Just to give you some statistics on consumer growth, women are now making up the 1/3 of the cannabis consumer market, and also we have seen twice as likely for women to buy tinctures and topicals over the last 2 years. So this is who the cannabis consumer is. I like to call it the cannabis wellness consumer, not just a cannabis consumer, because everything is merging into the wellness industry. This is becoming a wellness plant, a wellness compounds that we all want to take and have more therapeutic effect.
Well, I think what we're seeing now, we're seeing CBD at CVS, Walgreens, other big chain pharmacy and drugstores, and it's considered legitimate. But it does bring up an interesting question, and maybe one of you guys can talk about, is CBD even legal? I mean, I know none of us are lawyers or government officials here, but it apparently isn't really legal, or there's a gray area around it.
I think I'll defer to Mr. Clark to answer that question.
Yeah, so this is one of the complexities in the industry. prior to the Farm Bill, which was passed last December, January timeframe. CBD was kind of quasi-legal. It was definitely a gray area at that time. The Farm Bill essentially legalized hemp, but it didn't really specify what regulations would apply to ingestibles. So a big part of CBD are ingestibles, as we know, and the FDA has come down and said, we will regulate ingestibles, but hold on, it's going to take us some time, and now we're in a period of waiting for the FDA to actually get their act together and advise us whether, what the regulations will be. So the FDA is basically kiboshed any selling of ingestible CBD products, which is why you won't see any of the big retailers, the big box retailers, selling anything other than probably creams and topicals and that kind of thing. There is a bill going through California right now, the Assembly, which will probably get passed in the next few months, I think, that will legalize hemp and possibly regulate parts of it for sale in California, and this will include ingestibles as well as topicals and everything else. Different states are also regulating CBD differently, so it's quite confusing out there for sure. It's going to take a couple of years for all this to settle out.
Thanks. It's confusing to everyone. I want to say this actually in the beginning of the conference. I'm just curious about our audience today. How many people are in the cannabis industry? Can I have a show of hands? Okay, so a lot of you. So we know who we're talking to here. Good. And how many people are high currently?
It's the only way I do these talks.
How many people are balanced? Let's just call that. There you go.
Nice, CBD. So Cameron, since we have you on the mic, tell us a little bit about what Sunderstorm is, the brand, and then sort of how you're working with Endocanna.
Yeah, that'd be great. So Sunderstorm is a lifestyle brand and licensed manufacturer here in California. We've been around since 2015, and a sunderstorm actually is a thunderstorm where the sun shines through. So that's kind of our ethos. We wanted to shed some bright, shining light into what has typically been kind of a dark and hidden industry, and that's been kind of our ethos. On top of that, we've also been very much of a science-based company. I have a bit of a molecular bio background myself, and so I've been very interested to apply science to cannabis. We all know that there's a lot of new research that's being done. There's a lot of potential for healing and wellness with cannabis, but we also know that there's a lot of products out there that we don't know what's in them or why we're consuming them or how much to consume. So when Len and I first met a couple years ago, we started talking about plant genetics and human genetics, and I became very excited because my limited background in molecular biology taught me that there was a lot of room for using these kinds of technologies to help us discover the power of cannabis. So what I loved about what Len was doing is essentially merging what I call marrying human genetics with plant genetics to try to figure out what are the right products for each of us. I like to tell this story, and I'll steal a little bit of Len's thunder here. Cannabis is personal, and I love that, and that's one of Len's mantras. So when I was in college, and we'd sit around and I'd take 2 hits off of a joint, I would go sit in the corner and stare at the wall. Well, all my friends would run around and socialize and be active, and I could never figure out what that was about. And what I realized after a while recently is that we're all very different, and cannabis interacts with our bodies completely differently, and it's compounded by the fact that there's a variety of compounds and terpenes and cannabinoids that create an entourage effect that make it even more complex. So Len and I talked a lot about how could we do the research? How could we develop technologies where we could learn about how each individual's genome related to their cannabis consumption, and then develop products that were specifically designed for you and your genetics. And frankly, I think it's the future of cannabis, and all of us are very excited about it.
So when you say they're specifically designed, do you mean that there's the dosing is what is being recommended by Endocanna and the different terpene profile?
Yeah, so it's even more complex than that, right?
Okay.
So there's a variety of cannabinoids, and look, we're in the early days here, right? I mean, we're starting on a path using true science, and there is a bit of science out there and research that's being done, and we're culling from that population of scientific literature. But there'll be more and more published, every week, and we're going to learn a lot more about this. But the concept is that cannabinoids themselves, in different ratios, impact our bodies in different ways, right? The terpenes also do that. But one of the more exciting things that Len is working on, about the metabolomics. You want to talk about that at all, or?
I'm gonna give an example, if you guys don't mind. So I was recently going over somebody's report, and it's sort of like putting tea leaves together. We don't know each other, so I'm kind of reviewing what the genetic profile tells me about a person. Just because you have a genetic predisposition, it doesn't mean it's going to express itself, or may not express itself every single time. So in going through this experience, there's a couple of genes that really stood out to me. The one gene is called FAH, F-A-H, and what that does, that breaks down anandamide, which is your bliss hormone. Anand in Sanskrit means bliss, and that helps to regulate a lot of different emotions within your amygdala, specifically stress. So one of the things I was always curious about, doctors say every disease is caused by stress. And I'm like, well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but how? How does that work? So I'm looking through and I'm seeing that there's a marker that shows that this individual actually has a lower basal level of anandamide. So people that have more FAH produce less anandamide and actually deal with stressors differently. So if it's kind of like a fight or flight being triggered on an ongoing basis and having a very difficult time to manage that fight or flight, so the byproduct of that is not only you're going through stress, but also cortisol is released into your bloodstream. And cortisol is released in your bloodstream along with your arteries expanding, heart rate, and all that stuff. And if it goes on for a prolonged period of time, you have an elevated pH level, so you become more acidic. Your immune system begins to attack that as an overactive immune response, and it does that through inflammation. So people walk around inflamed and have these pain, this discomfort that comes up. And then if you don't address that over a long period of time, it also starts to affect your gut health. So that's when IBS and Crohn's and all these other issues come up. So in doing this profile, I'm seeing a couple things. Number one, high FAH level, so it's called a homozygous allele combination FAH. The second one was a very, very slow metabolizer, and I'm going to answer that as an example of that. Slow metabolizer. So same thing with an edible. You consume an edible, and then there's another gene called AKT1, which is prone to people having psychosis. So this person, I'm going through the report saying, how do you do with edibles? And she was like, well, what happens to me when I consume the same amount of THC as my friends, I get super high, and sometimes I even start to hallucinate. I have these psychotic, and they all make fun of me. I'm saying, well, you have the perfect combination of, FAH, AKT1, and a slow metabolizer. So, well, how do we mitigate that? What can I do? I said, well, your dose is not the same as your friend's dose. Not only the formulation, but it's also dosing. So think about it this way. If you're an ultra-fast metabolizer, and you have a spray, a sublingual spray. So maybe for you, 4 sprays in your tongue is the right dose for you because you're an ultra-fast metabolizer. If you're an average metabolizer, maybe it's only 2. And if you're an ultra-slow metabolizer, 1 may be enough. So understanding not only the profile that's connected to you genetically, but also how to use that to dose correctly, that's sort of the future of what we're moving into. And that's, some of the things we're working on with Cameron and the Thunderstorm.
So just to clarify, so if I take my test and I get my results back, is there somebody that can walk me, because you just did a very in detail, explanation of what is happening, and some people are just like, just tell me what to take, Is there somebody that kind of walks you through, recommendations for you?
Well, I mean, the idea is for it to be intuitive enough where you can go through that yourself and understand which product to take. So at the end of the test, at the end of the report, there will be products that are associated with your suggestion. We do have relationships with groups of physicians, healthcare practitioners, through a telemed service. So if that's something that interests you a little bit more, you can click on and make an appointment through a telemed service with that. And then also, we're coming out with version 2 in the next 30 to 45 days, and that'll hone in a little bit more on disease states and other things that are more associated with a healthcare practitioner. So the difference is a physician or a healthcare practitioner will have to recommend that test to comply with the FDA. But yes, so to answer your question, we have resources available to go over your report, and we also are making it much more intuitive for not having the need to do that unless you're interested.
But I would also say that we're going to be capturing a lot of data and information as we move forward, right? And we'll use this information and data to be able to improve recommendations in the coming years.
We should say that data is anonymous, right?
Yes. So just to add in, really, I'm so glad you brought that up. So not only is the information anonymized and secure, but we have a feedback loop mechanism. So we built an API. There's a lot of different apps there to provide feedback. Hey, how are you doing with this? So we're taking that information in. Just because we give you a suggestion, how's it working on a cellular level? How does it work for you? So by you communicating that feedback loop, we use artificial intelligence to learn from that experience and start making even better recommendations. So not only are we gathering all the science that's going on from around the world, your reports are always being updated on an ongoing basis, but we're also learning from the individual's experiences and providing better informative suggestions.
All right, Heather, I haven't forgotten about you down there. So Heather has done the test, or done one of the tests. Tell us a little bit about your experience with it, why you did it, and what you found out.
Well, first of all, I'm not a stoner, so I don't partake too much of the THC. I'm more at the CBD side for inflammation, and I have chronic inflammation due to endometriosis and joint pain because I'm 6 feet tall, and you know, when you're taller, you have more to carry around. So that's one of the reasons. Another reason is I was curious about, am I taking the right amount? Am I taking a quality product, which I know that I am because it's lab tested. And I was at first nervous about the test results because there were some markers on there that I was at risk for: alcoholism, some other psychosis when you take too much, you know, above a certain amount of the THC level, which lets me know that's why I can't do the THC. That's why I have not good experiences when I do that. So it was a good guide, but also Len was very good at explaining the test to me, and it set me at ease to not be afraid that just because you have a marker for alcoholism doesn't mean it's going to manifest or trigger in your lifetime. It just means you got to watch it.
So did you go out on a little shopping expedition after you got your results and say, like, okay, I'm looking for specifically for, like, you know, a product that has this kind of ratio of THC, CBD, or whatever? Did you go out on a little shopping expedition?
Well, I have been to some dispensaries, but I was already on CBD at the time of the test, and the test, all the test did for me was to seal the deal and say, you are on the right amount, you are on a good product that's right for you. So I was lucky in that fact.
Yeah.
And then I knew to stay away from, you know, the crazy 10 milligrams or higher edibles, or, you know, or flowers and things. So.
Right. So we have we have a bunch of entrepreneurs on the panel, but I'm just curious, since there's a lot of people in the business here, what are some of the biggest challenges you see in starting a business in the cannabis space, and how have you overcome some of them, or how are you trying to overcome some of them?
I mean, our challenge is so many, but from a standpoint of stigma. So it's interesting because we don't touch the plant. We have nothing really to do with cannabis directly, and we had our bank account shut down several times. We've had our credit cards shut down several times, and we can't understand why, because we And the reason why is because there's crawlers and bots that go through your website, and if you have the word cannabis, you're automatically associated with the cannabis business and all that. So that kind of was a struggle to overcome and a major obstacle that we never even thought would be an obstacle, since we're not a dispensary or a cannabis shop or a cultivator. Also, it's when you're new and you're doing something new and innovative, the adoption becomes a little bit, it takes a lot of education. So for us to go out and have events like this and have ambassadors to educate people and to understand that why somebody has a personal experience, that's something of a challenge to overcome as well.
And to add to Len, it's not just companies like ours, but also CBD companies all across the board have major challenges in processing, and a lot of brands really can't process and get the product to their customers. So it creates a really larger layer of how to do business in the CBD space as well.
And there's also a bit of a snake oil problem. Let's
Yes.
face it. There's a lot of CBD out there that is not the real thing. It doesn't even actually have CBD.
Or it's CBD seed, or it's just seed oil, which a lot of products out there in the consumer market have that. So the consumer is overpaying for CBD products. The lack of education in the CBD consumer market is pretty great. A lot of consumers are not educated. The brands do not really educate the consumers, neither do the large box retailers as well. So that's why it's so exciting. What we're doing at Endo is we're actually creating a GPS system, a tool, a navigational tool that will help consumers navigate through the CBD and the cannabis industries, and be helpful to buying products that are personalized for them. So,
yeah, I'd like to add to that as well. So I just 2 hours ago, I was at a discussion about this particular topic, and it's really interesting when you know that California and other states have regulated systems for THC and other cannabinoids, but CBD is not really regulated. And the bill that's going through the California Assembly right now was originally written just to legalize hemp CBD so that it could be sold in dispensaries, as well as ingestibles being able to be sold outside of dispensaries. It's kind of interesting that hemp is not currently allowed to be sold inside dispensaries. They're trying to clean that up, but what they forgot is to actually ensure that the CBD is properly tested so the consumer knows what's in it. My estimate is, and this is just what my gut telling me, I've told other people this, that as much as 50% of the CBD on the market is either mislabeled, has no CBD in there whatsoever, is full of pesticides that are toxic, and it behooves us to have some sort of regulated system that forces the testing of CBD products. And the good news is that in the dispensaries they have cannabis-derived CBD products that have a little bit of THC in them, and they are all tested. So you can decide where you'd like to buy your CBD. In California, I think they're going to add a rider to the bill that will convince them that will be include testing of CBD products that will be sold throughout California. I think it's an important thing. It's odd to test your THC but not test your CBD.
Yeah. And also, we should add that the FDA, I think it's next week, is meeting with Congress and different CBD makers, right, to discuss regulations. Of course, that'll probably take about 5 years. So we'll stick around. We'll hopefully the states will do it first.
Everybody has 5 minutes. We're submitting a talk to
Are
the
you?
FDA. Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Heather, as a consumer, what do you find the most challenging, in getting CBD products? How do you figure out whether something is legit or not? I think you mentioned that you were just recently in Kansas and you bought some CBD products and they just didn't work, right?
No, there was no comparison. The product I buy here in California to the product that I got in Kansas. And it also didn't taste very good. The flavorings they used. And this is a reputable company in Kansas that has over 42 stores. So I thought I could trust it. I spent my money on it, and it did not even compare. Actually, it didn't do anything to me except for leave a bad taste in my mouth.
Right.
The product I get here is lab tested, and I know that it's going to work because it's consistent. And we also have put my boyfriend's mom on it for the last year, along with the THC combo, a sublingual, and it basically has taken her from the brink of death to living her life again. And she's got Alzheimer's and dementia. She wasn't eating. She was difficult to deal with, combative. And this product on a regular basis has basically given her life back and given her back to us. So that's another reason I'm a believer in this product.
There's nothing like a real story. Yeah. Your genes can tell you a lot, but yeah, once you really see it.
Yeah, and it's important that her dose is consistent as well, because if she gets too little, then it's going to be a problem. She gets the same amount. It's
so
good.
You bring up this issue of consistency, and this is an issue I'd love you to talk about this, Cameron. Where how do you make sure in your products that people are getting that consistent experience each time? And I know that's a big challenge for manufacturers. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, and this is actually one of the reasons that I personally got into this industry, because I knew that there were a lot of products on the shelf that weren't tested. You didn't know what was in them. We have a bit of a science background. We wanted to come in this industry and create products that whether you consumed, open a bag of gummies today and consume the product, or you bought another one 6 months from now, you'd have exactly the same experience. Generally the same experience. And so we test all of our products, all of the oils, right out of the gate. We test everything 4 times, essentially. Okay. One of the challenges for us has been testing amongst different labs. When the labs were first kind of getting their facilities up and running, there was some challenges with having standardization across the labs. We finally found the one lab that we feel like does a really great job, and there's a lot of consistency. That's important, so we test everything with them, and it's been great for us. So, in fact, we just won an award for the most well-formulated edible in the industry. So I was by the lab, so I was pretty excited about that.
They're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem. Everyone's always asking him for samples. The name of the lab?
Yeah, that was CannaSave here in LA, actually. Yeah.
I want to open up the floor to questions, since we have an audience here, and I don't know exactly what you guys would like to know, so I'd love to open it up if anybody has a question. Yes. Do we have microphones for our audience members? Should I go down there? Well,
you can just get up.
You can just get up and talk to us. Join the panel. Hi.
How many years have you been?
So was the question, how many years have we compiled the information and data that we're using to make the suggestions? So.
Also podbotics. She brought
I'm sorry?
up podbotics. Did you say what's the difference between?
No, podbotics, remember I was talking about different apps that give you the feedback experience. So Podbot is one of the apps that we would have an API into to get that experience back. So the way that we work is we looked at all the science that's been published, anything that's been peer reviewed. We look at the science, we have a scientific team that reviews that information and makes a determination whether that clinical trial, assay, or published study that's been peer reviewed would be sufficient to add into our suggestion. So it's using artificial intelligence as well, with some criteria that we put in, whether this information is sufficient to include in our research. So anything that's been published anywhere in the world or a university study goes into our AI. Our science team then looks at it after it goes through the system and makes a determination whether it's sufficient to include. Going forward, since it's using AI, we constantly look through other research that's done, because research is being published every single day, and then we make a determination. So there are scientific studies that look at 20 people from the age 35 to 40 that had this. We would throw that study out because that's not a big enough control group to be able to include. And I mean, the more studies, the better. We're encouraging that, and then we give different weight to human studies versus like in vitro or test tube studies or animal studies. Yeah. So the kit is a buccal saliva swab. It's like a big Q-tip. You swab the inside of your mouth. You put it back in the box, and then you ship it over to our lab. One thing that I didn't mention is there's somewhere around 40 million people or so that took some sort of DNA test, whether it's a 23andMe, an Ancestry, or any other test. So if you have taken that, you don't have to swab. You can upload your raw data that belongs to you from those companies, and we'll give you a report within 30 seconds. I'm prefacing that we're only as good as the version of the report that they did. So like the earlier versions of 23andMe had a lot more coverage than the latter versions. So, but it's an entry, and I'll give you some information, and you can upgrade to another one. So the full kit is $199, and the raw data test is $49.95.
And where can you get the kits?
EndoCanaHealth.com. And Erewhon stores and dispensaries.
Of course, Erewhon.
And we're sold in Erewhon and other retailers as well.
Right.
Well, Len, I uploaded my DNA report from another company to your site, and wasn't it less? Was it less?
It was
discount.
It was what?
Do you get a discount
Yeah,
when you have existing DNA?
So if you've had your test done by another company,
$49.95.
Yeah, so it's $49.95. That's what I did. I just took my
And how easy was
Ancestry.com
it?
and I put it in. It took about 3 seconds, and I'm not techie at all, and it came up rather quickly.
So you can find out how much of Neanderthal you are, and at the same time also if you're how much CBD and THC you should. Exactly. Yes, please.
Michael Howard, LA Cannabis News. My question, well, first of all, I had a volunteer, offer was, to be paid for any kind of testing, a combination of THC or CBD. I've had far more than whatever you could throw at me, and then, I've had small microdoses. Anyway, the question is, though, when you're creating a profile for, sort of individualized situation, which is amazing, how then would you, Thunderstorm, be able to create, products specifically for particular people? Like how many different sort of SKUs you're going to have?
Genetically aligned.
1090, 5, what kind of different ratios are you planning to launch then?
Yeah, that's a good question. For everybody that couldn't hear the question, when we're creating genetically aligned products, how many different types of products will we create? How many different SKUs, and essentially how will they work with your particular genome? So, like I said earlier, we're still in the initial stages. We actually haven't fully launched our products yet. They've been in testing for about 6 months. I was the first test candidate, which was fun. Because I'm a lightweight, right? So I'm very hypersensitive to THC. So it was good for me to test these products. But we're going to start with 6 or 7 SKUs. Initially, they're going to be kind of on a 1-to-1 ratio between CBD and THC. There's other compounds in there. There's a variety of terpenes and other compounds that we're blending in that will modify the effects. But the next round, probably a few months later, will be other specific ratios, and I was kind of thinking about it on the car driving here. I mean, I could see where this could scale up to almost 100 different products, right? Depending on ratios and different types of compounds. So we'll see how it all develops. We'll see what the level of interest is. In our case, we're going to cherry pick certain dispensaries throughout the state that are interested in having these types of science-based products, and they have wellness coaches or doctors on site to be able to discuss this with their patients. And then we'll start with those kind of test cases and roll it out and see how in the next probably 45 days and see how it goes. So you can follow us actually on sunderstorm.com. And you can sign up, and we can let you know where we're gonna. You'll go to our website. We'll let you know where we'll be selling the products.
Yes.
So the answer to that, I think, is gray. I think you can transport, as far as I can tell, you can transport CBD products across state lines. That's a good question about whether or not you can actually bring raw hemp raw materials, or whether it has to be grown in California. I think you will be able to bring them in, but I think they're going to have to be tested. So before they get into the supply chain.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hemp-derived CBD. They're going to say it's covered under the Farm Bill, and anything that's cannabis-derived, above 0.03, is going to have to be cultivated in the state. I don't think they're going to shut down Oregon's and Kentucky's business, because that's their entire business. Not enough people to consume all that product within those states.
But there is some complexity to that answer, though, for sure. Because
I'm not a lawyer,
states,
by the way. I'm just saying this is just an opinion.
Yeah, I've heard a story recently about a truck driver that got arrested in Idaho. So I don't know the veracity of that story. So, but yeah, it's challenging.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely different states are developing their own regulations on CBD. So it's going to take some time for this all to hash out, for sure.
Hash out. See, thank you. We'll be here all week.
Can I just add, because I think you asked a really good question. I want to make the difference between personalized and individualized. So personalized is based on your genetic predispositions. So we have about 7 different formulations that we kind of align with different buckets based on genetic traits. It's not an individualized, because we each individual have a different experience. Genetics are just one single guide. So you have your DNA as a guide, you have your nutrition, what you put into your body, you have your mental state that can trigger that genetic expression. So your individual experience may be different. So this is a guide, 1 of 7, and then individually you're going to have to modify that. And as we get more feedback going based on what you consume, and other tests, testing your anandamide levels, testing your 2-AG, testing your C-reactive proteins in your blood, once we get to that and actually conduct real clinical studies, we'll be able to hone in a lot more on an individualized level.
And just to add to that really quickly is our report that we provide to our customers, it's dynamic. So as science evolves, the report evolves, so the information that you will be getting is evolving every time that new science and information comes out.
How much of your own research are you doing? I know that you are compiling a lot of research. Are you doing your own research as well?
Yeah, so we have 6 clinical trials right now with a partner in Australia called Word Medication Management. So we're doing 6 trials there. The first one is on late-stage dementia patients, and all the patients are going to be swabbed, and then they're going to be given the same exact formulation, and we're going to see if a genotype of their genetic expression is going to change the way that that dementia affects them using the same exact formulation. The second one is on PTSD, and then we're doing a study here in the US. It's more an observational study, but it's also using EEG phenotypes. And what I mean by that is it's on ADHD and then pain. So you're looking at genetics, and you're also looking at phenotypes based on EEG, so that how the formulation you consume, how that's actually affecting you and your EEG channels and their phenotypes. So that's the research we're doing right now, and we'd love to participate in as much research as possible.
Other questions? Anybody? Have we covered everything?
Yeah.
I think we have. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming.
Thank you.